Hello, everybody. Welcome to another live stream. I hope everybody's doing really well and having yourself a great day. And that life is treating you well. We are here, we're live and ready to go. And, hopefully you're all having a really good day. I am just starting. I am breaking one of my rules, one of my unwritten rules. I am eating on stream. I don't normally eat on stream. I don't like to eat on stream, but I was running behind. I was expecting to be home a little bit earlier. Took a little bit longer than expected. So I'm starting late. I didn't mean to start this late. But I figured I could eat on stream for the first 20 minutes instead of making the stream start 20 minutes later. That was kind of my thinking of it. Like I said, I don't like eating on stream. We're going to do it anyway because I'm a rebel. Right? I do what I want. It's my stream. I can do what I want. But yeah, I hope everybody's having a really good day. If you are American or Canadian, happy Labor Day. Hopefully a lot of you have a day off. I did and didn't. I mean, I didn't because I had a place to do, but I did it at like 5 in the morning, so I got home and I took a nap, and I've been off for the rest of the day, so it's pretty nice. I've been running around. I was with Preston for the morning, or morning for me, afternoon for him. We ran around and did a couple of errands we had to do, and got those done and over with. I am way overexposed. But yeah, hold on. Better? Am I less exposed? Maybe I'm less exposed. Exposed. Yeah, that's better. If you're on TikTok, you might notice that the camera angle is slightly different. Not like drastically different, but it is slightly different. On YouTube and Twitch, you will see that it is a very different angle. It's way further away. The camera used to be right around here. You can't see it on TikTok, but it used to be right next to the monitor. And now I've moved it away by like a meter, about 2 feet, 2.5 feet, something like that way. So it is more of an angled view. I don't really like my profile when I'm gaming, but I do like the camera angle, like how far it is. It makes it feel more, I don't know, I feel like it looks more stream-like. You know what I mean? Brian, I hope that you've had a really good day and that you've been able to relax a little bit. But yeah, I kind of like it. And then I obviously cropped it in for the gameplay. But I think it looks pretty good. You know, I don't think it's that bad of a look. Plus, on TikTok, you can actually see my PC. You could see my PC before. You can actually see my PC, which I like. You know, I like having that. Although, you may see that it's actually laying down on its side instead of standing up because the glass is on the other side. So if I stand it up, all you stare at it as like a black case, and the lights are there for nothing. So I turned it on its side, so that way I can see the lights when it's on. And it was a nice little coincidence that you could see the top of it at least. You know? Patrick, hello, how's it going? I like the Forest. I think it's a good game. I think it's a good game. It's hard to get into if you're not into survival games. It's a pretty basic survival game. It doesn't get too complicated outside of eating and drinking and finding food and water. But outside of that, it's not bad. You know, it's pretty simple. And it's just about surviving. And as the days progress, the cannibals get more aggressive. And so it gets harder, and it doesn't really tell you what to do. So if you want a game that tells you, like, go here, this is not the game for you. It gives you an idea, it'll say explore this area, but it doesn't tell you what you're looking for. So at least there's some guidance, but yeah, it's not for everybody. I think it's a fun game. It's even more fun to play with somebody else, because you can get into shenanigans and stuff, and that makes it way more worthwhile. I'm struggling in my brain. I keep waiting to eat because this kind of plate gets really hot in the microwave. So it was like hot to the touch, like burning. Now it's really warm, and then I eat the food, and the food nowhere near as warm. It's warm, but it's not that warm. I've got a fan going, so it's gonna cool the food down real quick. By the way, I'm having a stir fry I made. It's pretty good. I like it. I gave some to Preston when he was here a couple nights ago. Was it a couple nights ago? I think it was a couple nights ago. Or was it yesterday? I don't know, a couple nights ago. Yeah, he really liked it. I loved it. I think it's really good. Hello, it's Blocks. How's it going? Welcome. Wizard Gold. Hello, nice to see you as well. Forgive my eating, everybody. I don't normally like to eat on stream. I'm not a fan of the mukbang thing. It kind of grosses me out. But I was running late, and I was hungry, and I didn't want to like postpone the stream any further than I already had. I was already an hour late. I didn't want to make it an hour and a half or an hour and 20 minutes. So I'll eat on stream. Eat for 10, 15 minutes while we chat, and then I get over with and get started. It is a stir fry that I made with like a variety of veggies. So it's got like I don't know where you're from, so you might call them something different, but it's got like snow peas, carrots, broccoli, onions, mushroom, red pepper, green, or no, red pepper and orange peppers, like bell peppers, peas, and then I made rice with a chicken broth instead of just water, and then I fried it and added soy sauce to it. So it's pretty good. I really like it. Okay. Hello? Why is it echoing? Can you hear me if I talk right now? Okay, you guys can still hear me, but I've muted it. That's really weird. It reset my audio, that's why. Why did it reset the audio? I saved it. Okay, give me a sec here. That's why. Okay. Okay, so that's better, right? Did the echoing stop at least? Okay, so okay, no echo at all. Yeah, that was weird. It reset everything, but now you guys aren't gonna have any. I think you guys had system and I had samples. Is that what it was? Where's my banana? I don't know why it reset it. I saved it specifically last stream because it reset last stream too. Okay, this is digital audio coming in and it's going out to sample and system. System is you guys, samples is me, console is me. And you guys have music, but that's not what I want to see if it's... Oh. Did my stream stop? Oh no, I paused it on my Twitch. Okay, that's fine. Let me just see that the sound is coming through from the PC at least. Okay, you guys can hear that. My voice is really quiet though. Why is my voice quiet? Oh, it's turned down. It's supposed to be all the way up. There we go. All of it reset. Everything. My monitor in my ears reset. Everything. That is so messed up. Why did it do that? Okay. Oh, I saved it on the wrong spot. I saved the microphone profile, but I didn't save the routing profile. That's what I did wrong. Okay. Okay, we'll just save it right now. Save active user profile. Okay. My compressor is okay. My microphone. Okay, so that should be better. We should be good now. Okay. We should be good now. Sorry about that, everybody. I didn't mean for it to be echoing like that. It was a reset because I'm an idiot and I set it up the wrong way, so I apologize. My apologies, but we should be good now. It should be working now. Hello, Mentor. Hello, how are you? Welcome, welcome. My evening is going okay. I worked Saints Row 4. How are you liking it? I worked this morning, like really, really early this morning. It's Labor Day today. If you're not in Canada or the States. Basically, a lot of people get the day off today. And so I had to work early in the morning. But then I took a bit of a nap and then I was running around with Preston. We had a couple of things that we had to take care of. And so we went and did that for, you know, the last couple of hours. And then I came home. I was a little bit late, but that's fine. And then I've just sat down. So like all I've done is gotten up, showered, and then headed out with Preston. And then just came back and literally heated up my food and started the stream. I promised Wee when I was gonna add her. I forgot. Oh, let me watch chat. Mon tour, je ne peux parler français. It's pretty early in the stream. Yeah, exactly. It's really, really early. There you are. I just messaged you. I just messaged you on Instagram. That's what I have my phone out for. I'm looking you up right now, or I'm trying to look you up. I don't know where the message. We talked so much. I don't know if the message is like really far back or just a little bit far back, or like, you know, I'm gonna scroll for half an hour. I'm just looking for like a big thing of numbers. Just looking for a big thing of numbers, you know. Hey, if you're at your computer, you could send it to me again. But if you're not, I'll find it eventually. I'll eventually find it. You're old, it's blocks. Oh, trust me, it gets worse. It gets worse because I've been streaming for 7 years. It's gonna be 8 years soon. And there are people that have popped into my stream recently that were children when they started watching me, like little kids. And they come back and like, I'm 19 now. I'm like, oh my God. Or like, you know, they'll be like, I'm 23 and they were like 14 or something when they started. And it's just like, what? How did you get so old so fast, you know? Ah, there it is. Okay. Thank you, Ewan. Thank you. I couldn't find it, so it's perfect. Gotta make sure I don't show my desktop, my phone. You don't want randoms adding you. It's blurry, so it shouldn't have been noticeable if I did like even flash it for a second. Okay. I don't have friends, so I don't normally do this. I think it's okay. How do I? Okay, here we go. Here we go. It says nobody. Weird, it didn't find you. Let me try sending you mine. Maybe that'll... Maybe... That's my face. That's not my game. Maybe you can find me. I couldn't find you. It says nobody. I'm Canadian. I'm Canadian. You were 12 when you first started watching me? Yeah. I've been streaming for 7 years. You're from Norway? Nice. Weewan's from the Netherlands. I've got Nikki that's from Germany. I got quite a few people that come from Europe. It kind of sucks right now because my timing is so late that it's hard for them to watch me. And I don't like that. Because I like them. There we go. Okay, Weewan, I accepted you. Because I like them, but I'm streaming so late. And you know, most of my friends that are in Europe are like older adults. So they have jobs and stuff, right? And so it's hard for them to be here as late as I start. So I'm trying to like figure it out. I'm hoping that on the weekends I'll be able to do earlier streams. And then during the week it'll be a little bit later. It kind of sucks. It kind of sucks. I'm a boring old guy from the UK. That's okay. I like my European friends, you know? You are accepted, Weewan. You are. You're learning Norwegian. I did a really good job with the stir fry, I'm telling you. I wish I could share it with you guys. It's so good. Turning 21. Nice. Happy birthday for tomorrow, indeed. I'll be live tomorrow, so if you happen to pop in, maybe I'll sing you some happy birthday tomorrow. Although, no, it'll be tomorrow. Yeah. I was gonna say because of the time zones, it's a little bit different, but no. If it's tomorrow for you right now, then when it's tomorrow for me, it will be tomorrow for you too. So it'll be fine. I was thinking more like date-wise. Like right now, it is 5 p.m. for me. So I think we win. It's like 11 p.m., which would be like 2300. And so like in 1 hour, it'll be tomorrow. You guys will be living in the future and I'll still be living in the past, you know? But yeah, it's only 5 in the evening for me. Or 20, well, what is it? 27? No, 27. 1700. I don't know how you guys use the terminology, so I'm trying. You know, we go by the 12-hour clock here. It's so good, Brian. You have no idea. I mean, if you don't like veggies, it would be disgusting, but I love it. It's completely crammed with veggies. So basically what I did is I made rice, and I made it like a day before I made the stir fry. And instead of boiling it in just plain water, I boiled it with chicken stock. So that way the rice would get the flavor of the chicken. And I put in a bunch of like mixed veggies in the rice. So it's got like the little cubes of like carrots, and it's got peas, and it's got cubes of something else. I can't remember what the other thing is. And so that's in with the rice. And then the next day, what I did is I fried it, and because it already had the chicken stock flavor and everything, it already tasted really good. And then I added some soy sauce on top. I put in some fresh mushrooms, and then I fried a couple of eggs to go in with it. And so that was the rice. And then the sauce itself is like a pad thai sauce that I did for the stir fry. And then it's got all the different mixed veggies. So it's got carrots, onions, broccoli, mushrooms, snow peas. I think there's even water chestnuts in this. I don't know. I can't remember. It's even got baby corn in it. And then I let that, what I did is a chicken breast, and I put chicken breast. And the chicken breast, I seasoned it, and then I fried it. It was still raw on the inside, but I fried the outside so it would get a little bit of like that singed flavor to it, you know, like it had just been fried. And then I cut it up while it was still raw, and then I threw it in with the veggies so it would cook the rest of the way with the sauce. So the outside would have a little bit of that layer of being, you know, cooked, and then the inside would absorb the flavor of the sauce. And then it simmered for like half an hour, almost an hour. And then I just throw it on top, and then I mix it up when I'm ready to eat it. It's so good. It's so good. The Retro Ramsey. I love cooking. I love cooking. Only to find out it spilled all in your bag. No, that's the worst. It's blocks. That's the worst. Oh, that would make me so mad. Yeah, I love to cook. Stir fry and chicken soup are my 2 favorite things to make. One, because it's a really great way for me to get a bunch of veggies into me. And 2, I love the flavor. And 3, it's always a meal that I can make a whole bunch of and then eat it for a bunch of days. So I only have to cook once, and then I have like 2 or 3 days of no having to cook. And the soup, when I used to make soup when Alana was here, it would be enough for us to eat it like up to 4 different times. And I would even freeze some of the soup, and I'd be able to like thaw it out and just throw it on the stove, heat it right back up. And then we could still eat 2 more times after that. Like I would make an obsessive amount of soup. So like by myself, I'm going to make soup. I'm going to have to freeze 2 separate containers and still have enough to eat multiple times each time. And I throw a bunch of veggies into my chicken soup. I usually do it with rice, so that way there's some kind of starch in there while I'm eating. And then sometimes, I only learned this because Alana taught me this, but like sometimes I'll even like blend it all up so it just becomes like almost like a stew consistency. I think she called it an Irish stew, something like that. I don't know. I can't remember what she called it exactly. But like I blend all of it up and it just turns mushy, but it's really yummy. It changes the flavor completely. But I like making soups too, because and I don't have to cook very often. And like I said, it's got a bunch of veggies, so I know it's full of like nutrients and stuff. It's really nice, and I don't feel so guilty eating it, because normally I eat guilty stuff. Like I had a hot dog yesterday. Yours is burger. I like burgers. Burgers are good. I'm addicted to burgers. It's bad. I'm almost done, I promise. Forgot I was gonna message Preston about my one thing. I actually don't know. What do you guys think of this camera angle, by the way? It's further away, which obviously kind of distances us, makes it a little bit more disconnected, which kind of sucks. But I like that you can see more of the room. It feels more like you're looking into my studio. Do you know what I mean? If I could have one food or meal without a money limit, what would I make? I'm a big fan of something called pupusas, which is something from my home country, and I don't get to have it very often because it's a really long process to make. But that's really delicious. It's actually indigenous food, and I freaking love it. But if it was something that like I would be eating for the rest of my life, like if we're talking a one-time meal, that's what I would make. But if we're talking about something like I could just eat it whenever I wanted for the rest of my life, cheesecake. 100% cheesecake. I am a cheesecake fiend. Give me just a second here. Yeah, I love cheesecake, and I love all different types of cheesecake. Like, it's not just one specific, and that's the only one I like. I like all of them. The only one I don't like is blueberry, but I just don't like blueberries. But any kind of cheesecake, cherry cheesecake, caramel cheesecake, chocolate cheesecake, all of them, all of them. There's even like different ethnicities make different styles of cheesecake. Like there's a Japanese style cheesecake. That's probably my favorite. It's the least sweet, but it's mixed with a batter, so it's way fluffier. Regular cheesecake, I struggle with only because I'll eat too much, and because it's so heavy, it gives me a tummy ache because it's just so like dense. Whereas Japanese style cheesecake is fluffier, so I can eat just as much, but because it's fluffy, it's not as like heavy in my stomach, and I'll be just full and just satisfied. I love Japanese cheesecake. Oh, cheesecake is the best. The Ordinary Logo fan, hello, nice to see you. Welcome. How are you? I'm almost done eating, I promise. A big, juicy, cheesy bacon burger. Yeah. See, I wouldn't do a burger with like a one-time meal because I make burgers on a regular basis, so it's not special to me because I do it all the time. But yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch. I don't know. I'm really open to all kinds of foods. If we're talking budget, could go towards me going somewhere to get special food done. I would go to one of the Asian countries and try something that you can't find here. I don't care what it is. I would try something you can't find here. Like there's that one restaurant that's famous that has like a soup that's been boiling for like 100 years where they just keep adding ingredients. They never let it empty. They just keep adding to it and it just constantly goes. I would like to try that. That would be awesome. Some of you are going to like freak out because, you know, just not having exposure to it. But like there are certain, I think Vietnam is one of them. Is it Vietnam? I don't know. I can't remember. But there's one of the East Asian countries where they do things like fried rats or fried tarantula. I would love to try that. I would so want to try that, and not in like a, ew, I ate something gross. Like I actually want to try it. I think it would be delicious. I think it's just in our own minds because we see rats very differently, just like other animals are seen very differently here than they are. They're like here iguanas are seen as pets. Back home we eat iguanas, so like they're a pest back home. So like I would totally be down for eating you know, a fried rat. I would, if I could use my money for like a flight and a hotel to stay out there and then find somebody to make some for me, I would 100% be down. I would be 100% down. I'm all about eating different types of foods. Iguana was a really cool meal to eat. Kid Polly, hello, how's it going? See, I would love to try, is it Thailand that has tarantula? I would love to try tarantula. The only complaint I've heard people say is that sometimes it can be a little bit hairy, so while you're eating it, it feels like you have hair in your mouth. That, I think, I would struggle with. I don't think I'd have a problem with the flavor or like what I was actually eating. But yeah, I would struggle with the hair. Oh, I hate spiders too, but I would totally eat them. I'm all for eating different foods. I want to try them, and I might end up hating it, right? I might end up thinking it's the grossest thing in the world, but I wouldn't think it was gross because it was a rat or a tarantula. It would be gross because it didn't taste good to me. That's as far as it would go. It's like I've eaten snails before, and they were really good, but I like garlic in food. I don't like the aftertaste of garlic, and these ones were done in like a garlic oil. And the aftertaste was horrendous, but it was good while I was eating it. I also ate something that is illegal now. It wasn't when I tried it, but I've eaten sea turtle eggs, and you eat those raw, and I've eaten those. Those I used to love them. I don't know if I would like them anymore, but I used to love them. I've never eaten a snake. I would love to try snake. I feel like it would be very similar to iguana, but I would love to try snake. I'd love to try kangaroo. I hear kangaroo is fatty though. And alligator is another one I would love to eat. To get over her arachnophobia? Yeah, I mean, I probably would get over it too. If I could travel anywhere, I would travel anywhere that's not in the Americas. I did a lot of traveling as a kid. Oh, is it really? Yeah, emu I've heard is an acquired taste, but I think that's what I heard is that because it's so lean, it's not everybody's cup of tea. Oh, that's so cool, Ewan. We don't have that here. We don't have that here. At least I haven't seen it here. I'm sorry to hear that it's blocks. So I would travel anywhere that's not in the Americas because I've traveled through a lot of the Americas. I used to do road trips with my dad all the time. And I'm from El Salvador and I live in Canada. And El Salvador is, if you drive with like no brakes, it's like an 8-day drive. But on average, it takes about 10 days to drive from here to there, stopping to sleep and stuff, and depending on if you hit traffic. But like I've driven through all the states. I've driven through the states, not all of them, but I've driven through all, like from the top to the bottom of the states. I've gone through quite a few states that way. I've been in Mexico, I've been in Guatemala, I've been in Honduras, and El Salvador. So I would like to go somewhere overseas, and I wouldn't really care where. I would just love to go somewhere overseas. I would like to check out a bit of a more obscure place. Like, let's say going into China, where like not a lot of people travel to China. If they do, it's like the Great Wall. But I would like to go to like China and go somewhere a little bit more obscure within China. I would be curious about North Korea, but I think it wouldn't go very well. So that probably wouldn't be a good idea. I would love to go to South Korea. I would love to go to South Korea. I think South Korea would be such a great place to go because it is so advanced. It's very similar to like the Japanese technological advance. So I think it would be just as interesting as going to Japan, but maybe less busy, still really, really busy, but probably less busy than Japan would be because Japan is such a hot spot for a lot of people. But yeah, I would go anywhere, really. That's so cool, Brian. That's so cool. I wish there was more stuff like that here. You know, there's not a bunch, and it just, a lot of it also has to do with like culture. Depending on the region that you're in, you know, the people around you may not be as daring to try things that may not be the typical palate in this area. I would love to try some like strange stuff. Like when I went to El Salvador the last time, that was my goal. I was like, I want to eat iguana. I knew that they sold iguana to cook and I wanted to do it. And so I went with that goal, and then my dad took me and we ate an iguana. It was great. I felt really guilty because they had a pet iguana as their mascot, and it sat right next to me. Like I sat next to it and it like stared at me. I felt like it was going like, are you eating my kid right now? You know, it felt really weird. I'm not surprised if it would be in Toronto. There's so much multicultural mixing that you would see more risk-taking people there. Risk-taking used very loosely here, like people who are willing to try food that may not be something they see every day. in Toronto. When I lived in North York, which is like part of the greater Toronto area, but people in Toronto hate when you call North York Toronto. And I loved walking out on the street, and you would just see all these different ethnicities with the restaurants. Like there was a Jamaican place, and then the next corner it was a Vietnamese place, and the next corner you were seeing like an Afghani place, and it was just all random little tiny holes in the wall restaurants, all run by different ethnicities with their own food. Whereas like here, there's a Chinese restaurant I love. It's all run by white people, which is really weird, but they make great food. You know, so it's like it's not fully authentic, but Toronto, you could just find a mixture of ethnicities you would never really think of when you're thinking of food, right? I would totally be down to it. I would totally be down to it. Camel milk. That I think would be strange. I don't like milk, so I don't know if I would be daring enough to try camel milk. But I would totally be down for some camel meat. Yeah, the mix of food, and you get the authentic stuff, right? Like I love Jamaican patties. I'm a big fan of the Jamaican patty, but it's really hard to find like a true Jamaican restaurant that sells them. Most of the places that sell Jamaican patties where I've lived have always been the frozen ones that you just throw in a toaster oven. So it's like, yeah, it's fine. But I've had one like authentic Jamaican patty, and it was like the best. And I later on found out that it wasn't a very good one. So I would love to eat like a true Jamaican patty done by like a Jamaican mom who's been doing it for the last 20 years. You know, I would love it. I would love it. I love Jamaican patties. Toronto has such a great ethnic mixture. You can find pretty much any kind of food there. It's great. You have one near your house? I'm so jealous. There was one place when I was in high school that was down the street from my high school that sold Jamaican patties, and it was run by a Jamaican woman, and they were so popular, but I never got to eat one there because she was always sold out because it was always so busy, or my lunch was too early and she hadn't made them yet, so I couldn't get one. I never got to try one there. I love Jamaican patties. They're so great. We make oxtail as well. I'm sure we make it totally different than they do, but we make oxtail as well. Jerk chicken is great. Jerk chicken is nice. That's another great meal. Yeah, there's so many ethnicities out there that have such great food. I love trying new stuff all the time. I'm all for trying new foods because you never know what you're missing out on, right? And you might have stuff that you're kind of like, not a fan of this. And then you might have stuff that you're like, oh my God, this is the best. Like Indian food. I hadn't tried Indian food ever. And then Alana took me to an Indian restaurant, and I fell in love with Indian food. I didn't know I was going to like Indian food. I don't like the smell of curry. So I was like, I'm not going to enjoy Indian food if it's got a lot of like different dishes with curry in them because I don't like the smell of curry. And then I ate it, and I freaking love Indian food. There was a really long time there where we were putting curry in all of our rice because it was just so good. And then I kind of overdid it, and now I'm kind of over Indian food for a little bit because I ate it all the time. But I love Indian food. So good. Oh, so yummy. What do I do in my free time? No worries, we win. No, it's okay, we win. I started really late. Go sleep. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Sweet dreams. What do I do in my free time? This is my free time. Excuse me. This is my free time. I stream. Or I work on stream stuff. Outside of that, I don't really do much. I used to do theater. I've got an audition in a couple of weeks, but I haven't really been in the know for that for the last little while. I used to be a musician, but then, you know, my dad passed away. Our conga player passed away. So like that fell apart. At this present time, I stream. And if I'm not streaming, I'm literally either cleaning the house or just like sitting and watching TV. Like I don't really do much right now. Tiempo libre, I babysit. Oh, I can't babysit. I don't have patience for kids. Okay, so I'm going to continue playing The Forest today just to keep it a little bit, you know, cohesive for now. I have been considering, like I've mentioned multiple streams, I have been considering doing a bit of a shift. You know what I mean? Kind of changing things up a little bit. And the plan is to find something a little bit more popular and kind of leave the forest as like a once a week type thing, with like the scary games being once or twice a week. And then I'm still debating what game to put on as my a bit more popular, less me fully enjoying but still having a good time. I'm leaning towards Minecraft. I just haven't fully like settled on it yet, but that's probably what we're gonna do. But for today, I'm gonna do some forest just to chill out, you know? Kids love me and look up to you. That's good. That's a good skill to have. I've never been a fan of kids. You know, I was with Alana and she had a kid, and then I fell in love with her, and I absolutely love her. She's everything to me. But yeah, I'm not a fan of kids. I have a hard time with them. I really don't know how to like communicate with kids. That's the biggest thing for me. Sitting in the right spot? I don't even know. Vargas, hello. No, you're right on time. I'm literally starting the stream. Be a little bit more patient with your messages though, as I literally saw it and it's been like 30 seconds and you messaged the same question twice. Calm down a little bit. It takes me a second to see the answer. I'm not staring at the chat screen the whole time. But welcome, you're on time. I've been chatting for the last half hour, roughly. And I'm just starting the gameplay now. So you're right on time. My mental health has not been great. But you're very right. Almost no guy gets asked that question. It has not been great, but it is on par with what it should be. Considering my dad died 2 months ago and my significant other of 7 years up and left. So I'm justifiably not great, but I'm not great in the sense of like, uh-oh, you gotta watch out for me. I'm considering the circumstances, I'm great. That's what I can say. So it's you know, I'm as sad as I should be. You know, it's loss. You're allowed to feel sad and feel kind of down in the dumps. But I'm not sad to the point where it's like, oh, you know, it's the end of the world. I'm crying every night. None of that kind of stuff. Just sad. But a good sad. Do you know what I mean? But thank you for asking. That's very kind of you. Yeah, Brian, I'm all about spicy food. I don't like extreme spice. I had a friend that used to watch the streams. I haven't seen him in a while, but he used to come to the streams all the time, and he sent my brother some hot sauce and asked us to eat it on stream, in a video or on stream for him. And oh my God, it was the worst experience ever. Not because the hot sauce was bad, but he is like a hot sauce crazy guy. He likes hot sauce that's hot to the point where it just doesn't taste like food anymore. where like it doesn't taste like a sauce, where it's just fire in your mouth, like you're eating a spoonful of fire. That's what it was. It was really bad. Alana had to run up and puke. My brother was coughing up a storm. I was coughing up a storm. And all I had was like half a teaspoon of the hot sauce. Not to go too gory detailed, but let's just say it hurt just as bad coming out as it did going in. It was rough. So I'm not there's a lot of them. I'm not a huge fan of like ultra hot sauce, but I do like spice in my food. No, I will not be trying the one chip challenge. Oh man, I'm sorry, Wizard Gold. Honestly, just try to remind yourself that breakups happen. You're still, you said you were 20 something, right? If I remember correctly. You're still really, really, really young, and you still have a long, long way to go, and it's okay to feel sad, but just remember that it's, even though it feels like it, it's not the end of the world. I mean, I'm in an okay place, and it wasn't just a girlfriend. You know what I mean? Like we were living together for 5+ years. I raised her kid. Like we had a life together. Like she was my other half. And I'm doing okay. So try to remind yourself that it's okay to feel sad, but it's also not the end of the world. It goes away. It goes away. Trust me. The little nitro is also hot. You did better than H with that one. Yeah, I do okay with hot sauce, but not a crazy amount. Even like the meal that I just had a little bit of spice to it, but not. It was just enough to feel like. Damn it. It was enough to feel like warmth in your mouth as you were eating it, but not actually spicy. It was enough to make you more hungry as you were eating it. Although Preston's mentioned it a few times when he's been on my stream. That I made. Oh. Whoa, dude! I wasn't even looking at you. What? You're gonna attack me? That's it. Come back. Where are you? Preston was at my house once, and we did ribs, and they were spicy. They were rough. That was a rough spice. That one hurt. I remember I was sweating. He was sweating because of just how like and it wasn't like you touched it and you started burning. It was just so consistently spicy the whole time that you started to sweat. That one was rough, but it was delicious. So delicious. I've never had one of those spicy gummy bears. They don't intrigue me. I don't know. When I think spicy, I think when I think gummy bear, I think sweet. I don't think spice. It's kind of why I can't drink wine, because when I think wine, I think grape juice, and then I taste it and it's not grape juice and I hate it. Even though everybody's like, wine is like the best thing to drink. It's so like you could drink a whole bottle of wine. I'm like, no, it's gross. You can have your wine. I'm not an adult. I'll have some like Pepsi or something. Yeah, Wizard, it feels painful. I know, I've been there. You know, when you have your first like really serious relationship and it ends, it's hard. But it gets better. Like I said, a girlfriend, it's hard for you to comprehend because you haven't been there, but a girlfriend, whether you were engaged or not, is very different than like a wife. Right? Because you guys didn't live together, whereas like I lived with her. And I'm not saying this to demean what you're saying, so hear me out before you think I'm like trying to say like your feelings don't matter. But like I'm in the house that we lived in together, and I'm sleeping in the bed that was ours, right? And so it's like there's that memory that was our bed that we bought together, and now I'm by myself in it. My stepdaughter's room, I look at it and it's empty and it's not hers anymore. Some of her stuff is still on the walls, right? When I used to buy groceries, I would buy things that I normally wouldn't buy, but I would buy them for her, and I go to the grocery store and I see them, and it's just a constant reminder because we had a life together, right? I have my car and it has like a protector on the back seat because Nora used to make a mess. Well, I don't need that anymore because she's not in my life anymore. There's a much deeper entanglement when you're like basically married with somebody and living with them. And the reason I'm telling you all this, again, not to say that your feelings don't matter, but the reason I'm telling you all this is I'm in an okay position. I'm sad. I miss her. But I'm in an okay position. And my relationship was far more entangled than yours was, right? So you will get better. So even though you have moments where you're going to break down and you're going to want to cry and you're going to, you know, feel devastated, it gets better. And the right person you'll be able to share all these wonderful things with. And you're going to look back at this girlfriend and be like, what was I thinking? Like what I had for that person was special, but I don't even understand how I thought that was the top, because there is so much more, right? Because I was engaged once before Alana. I was with that girl for 3 years. We lived together for 1. We were engaged for 1. So very similar to your situation, and it was hard. I hurt a lot when we broke up. You know, she messed with my head quite a bit, and it was hard for me. Alana completely, like, not only overshadowed her, but like left her on a totally different planet. Like, it was insane how different the relationship was and how much more there was to relationships than what I experienced with her. So don't feel bad for feeling bad. You're allowed to. It's a loss, right? They've done tests where they show that people who go through a really bad breakup, the brain reacts exactly the same way as if you were losing somebody, like if somebody passed away. Allow yourself to feel that. You have to. You can't just forget about a person. But remind yourself that it will pass. You know, don't don't fall into the trap of thinking that this is it, because it'll go away. It'll eventually pass. You'll always think about them. You'll always have those like memories of like good times. They were your first and whatever. But it'll pass. Believe me, it'll pass. Exactly, like we said, it's hard at first, but you'll get through it. You'll get through it, you know, and it's part of human nature to like have a really crappy relationship fall apart. Even if it was like a good relationship, but have like the crappy breakup and stuff. You know? Hi, Preston. What's hilarious? What's hilarious? Hello, how are you, Michael Jackson? I'm doing really well. How are you doing today? Yeah, it all takes time, right? Like you're allowed to mourn. Like I'm still having my moments of sadness. I have moments where I can't sleep because like I'm thinking about them and stuff. But I also know that, you know, it is what it is. Life goes on. Oh, I've got no water in here. Oh, not good. Okay, I actually don't know what I'm doing. I'm at a point now where I've kind of reached a dead end. I don't know what to do. I'm scared to go in the caves. Is it? It's weird. It's less dark now that I'm playing without using the second PC. It's really weird. Well, that's nice of her, Wizard Gold. I'm the kind of person that if I end a relationship with somebody, I don't want any contact with them once it's done. Where's the cave entrance? There it is. I guess I've been exploring this cave for forever. I have to be missing something. I just don't know where I'm missing it. You know what I mean? You also have a dog together? Yeah, we did too. She took her too. It's so dark, I can't see. Did the settings change or something? This part seems darker. Other stuff seemed less dark, but this seems really dark. Well, the cave brightness is up. I don't know why it's so dark. Maybe if I change this, maybe? No, not each year, not each year. Graphics, eco, standard. No, it's all the way up. I don't know. No worries, Preston. Oh, I didn't hear it because I was already streaming when you sent the voice message, so I didn't listen to it. I don't know where I'm going. Yeah, being in a relationship can be tough, but it's also wonderful. It's a mixed bag, Michael Jackson. It depends on if you're dating the right person. When you're younger, relationships are almost always just trouble. They still can always be trouble when you're older too, but you're usually a lot more wise as to what you want, what you don't want, what you're willing to put up with, and what you're not willing to put up with when you get older, so it's a mixed thing. Okay. The game is kind of... I don't even think you can hear the game, can you? Why isn't it... Why isn't it giving me sound in the right place? What sound is this? What is this coming out of? It's coming out of voice meter. Why isn't it... Didn't voice meter freeze maybe? I just looked at the meters and they weren't doing anything. Yep, voice meter froze. Oh, did it? Or did it not? No, you've still got it. It's just not responding here. What? Oh no, it's responding right there. Okay, what the heck's going on? Why isn't it... Why is the game not sounding that way? Volume mixer, maybe? Forest. Output device. Let's put it through voice meter. Wait, what's this one? Voice meter input VB. Voice meter VB. Is there another voice meter? The voice meter is kind of complicated. Oh, that's aux input. Okay, so I want there. Is that... That thing's messed up too. I wish I would have saved it properly. Okay, channel 1 is my microphone. Channel 2 is the music. Channel 3 is not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be system. Right? And channel 4 is supposed to be sample. Okay. But the game is really insanely quiet in my ears. Why is it so quiet in my ears? Microphone, system. My headphones are all the way up. Oh, console's all the way down for me. Right? Did that fix it? I don't even know. Ah, there we go. Now it's like ultra loud in my ears. I'm so confused. Oh, wait. Samples is my alerts. I don't want volume on samples. Sorry, everybody. Sorry. I want console for that one. Now save it so I don't have to frickin' do it again tomorrow. Okay. There we go. Let me know if it's too loud now, okay? Yeah, now you can hear it. It's so dark. I've been somewhere 15 years. We have 2 kids and now... Dude, I'm sorry to hear that, Brian. It happens. It's been happening a lot more for our generation than it did for prior generations, but I think it... A lot of it is even just like society, you know, not saying that society is making like people want to get divorced. I'm talking, we are more open to understanding that if you're not happy, you can walk away. There were so many more unhappy relationships in the past. Okay. Is that volume okay, everybody, or was that too loud? Let me know. That people are now more willing to be like, no, this isn't working. It's still painful and still sucks, but people are more willing to do that. You know, I'm sure there's also a part of like people are just less willing to actually try. But sorry to hear that, dude. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're doing okay. Maine, I am playing more The Forest, and I have no clue what I'm doing. Yeah, that makes sense, Michael Jackson. That makes sense. It's always good to take more time for yourself. Good. I'm glad you're doing okay. You know, sometimes we can kind of fool ourselves into when things are, you know, not going well and they're gonna finish. We can kind of fool ourselves into thinking of only the good times and forgetting the bad times and the reason that you are where you are. I'm dealing with that, you know. I have the same struggle more often than I would like to admit, where I, you know, look at only the good times and I think to myself, like, man, I wish we could, like, I should reach out and we should try to make it work. And then I think of the bad times and I'm like, no, there's a reason we are where we are. It's all good. Perfect. Okay. It's so dark I can't see. Is there a setting in my monitor maybe that can make it a little bit less? Oh, it's got black boost on. Maybe that... Nope. Let's turn up the black boost. That'll help. Nope. I guess that's... Okay, that's as bright as I'm gonna get on my screen. I can't see very well, but whatever. Hopefully it lets me see enough to know where I'm going. When it was in HDR, I could see in the dark a little bit better. But then you all had a really dark image. Now that it's not in HDR, it's easier to see for you and it's darker for me. I think it's just lose-lose. Oh, man. Like, where do I even go? I feel like it should be this direction, but it doesn't make sense because it's like a dead end. Oh no, we're going the right way, okay. Oh yeah, I blew up this wall. Okay, what can I find if I go down this way? The brightness is all the way up in the game. Wizard Gold. This is one of the complaints people have about this game in general, is that the game itself is really dark, and it makes it hard to play because of how dark it is. So there's definitely that complaint in general from anybody who plays it. I'm looking at the chat and talking, and the camera's over there. I'm sorry that I'm not paying attention to you all. I promise I am. No, that takes me back. Oh wait, I pushed the wrong button. That's fine. Welcome back, It's Blocks. Welcome back. Oh, my elbow. Okay. We're down. If I go this way, that leads me back. I don't want to go back. Let's go this way. Okay, so... Oh, this was the place with the giant lake. Yeah, down there. I feel like... It's so hard to see in here, man. I feel like I should be able to get up there somehow. Is there rock climbing I can do here? Yeah, I think so. No, I guess not. I thought I could like just climb it, dude. Whoa, I glitched all the way up here. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to get up here. I think I just glitched him up. Okay. Alright, what if I go down and there's a way to climb up there, I think, maybe? Thank you for the 2 likes, Maine. I appreciate that. Or 2,000 likes. Holy crap, I didn't even see the K. Thank you for the 2,000 likes. That's insane. Thank you. I hope you didn't give yourself carpal tunnel. Jeez. How have you been, Maine? How have things been? Okay, so this leads me here, which takes me there. So I think I have to climb up there to get to that side, right? So if I go down. Gonna run out of battery soon. Oh, right as I said it. Right as I said it. I only have 3 more. Oh, man. Alright. Nope, wrong button. So if I climb up there. If I climb up there. Alright. Oh, okay. So here, our college and university is actually split into 2 totally separate things. They have nothing to do with each other. College is after high school, but it's usually more directed towards like the more hands-on type of jobs. So like you would go to college to like be a nurse. You'd go to university to be a registered nurse, college to be a practical nurse, they call it. But university is more like the book. Whoa, I'm getting right in. That scared me. Ha, that was a scare. Turtsa, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Welcome, dude. Thank you for the raid, everybody. How you doing? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. What were you guys doing? What was the stream? Tell me. Tell me everything. Tell me all the things. Dang it. This wasn't the way. How are you? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate that. I'm in Canada. I'm in Canada, so in the States it is different than Canada. But here in Canada, university is like more of the theoretical style jobs. So you'll go to university for like a doctor or a pharmacist. But then you'll go to college to be more of like a chiropractic is BS, but like to be a chiropractor, or you'll go to college to be a mechanic. Still requires education, still is higher level of learning, but it is not the same as university. And the skills also go in reverse. People that go to university will be very good at like theoretical stuff, but won't be as good with their hands. So they're both separate, but they're both respected. Like it's not like how in the States there's the reference to college and community college, and community college is something people laugh at. I don't know why, but it is. It's not like that. It's just 2 different paths depending on what you want to do as a career, you know? Like I would go to college to be an actor, do theater school and stuff, but you could also go to university to be an actor, but that's usually more for people who are looking to be acting professors or like teach acting in a professional environment that's not like one-on-one teaching. Okay, I'm cold. Let's do a torch real quick. Turtsa, I hope you're doing really well. I apologize that I'm missing out the messages. Yeah, I changed my camera angle a little bit. It was closer. I pulled it further away only because I still think I want to zoom it in a little bit more though. Only because I don't know. I just wanted to see what it would be like if you guys had a further away angle. And like when I'm in the chatting screen, it's like way further away. So it gives you way more of a layout of like my desk and the room, and you get a bit more of an open view. But I'm struggling a bit because the chat is here and the camera's there. So I'm looking here all the time and I'm kind of missing looking at the camera, which kind of, I want to give it a few days to see if I get used to it. Now TikTok has the other angle and you guys have this bit of a closer angle. I want to zoom it in a bit more though, but I can do that later. And then with the chat bubbles, yeah, I thought it looked kind of nice to have the chat bubbles so people can see the chat a little bit better and see each other chatting, because some people are on YouTube, so you guys can kind of keep track. I also have the Twitch one, but I don't know if the TikTok one, but I don't know if the TikTok one's actually in this scene. But yeah, Turtsa, I'm stuck, dude. I've been stuck for a bit. I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, how was your stream? What did you do? What were you playing? How did it go? They just expanded in uni? Okay, okay. Yeah, so here it's just 2 different tracks. It's just going to 2 different education styles based on what it is you're trying to do. But I also know like El Salvador is very different too. At least it used to be. I don't know how it is now, but like where I'm originally from, you would actually choose what track you wanted to go into through high school, but based on the career you wanted from high school. So like if you wanted to be, I don't know, like a secretary, let's say in high school, you would start taking courses to become a secretary, and you couldn't go to college to be a secretary unless you took the high school courses for it. In Canada, you choose based on your own academic level, and then you would kind of choose if you want to go to university or if you want to go to college, and then you would take courses based on that. So like you would take the university bound courses or college bound courses, but it's not tied to one career. Obviously there would be prerequisites, like you would take courses that would make it more likely that you'll be a doctor. You'll have to have like certain level of sciences, let's say, from high school. Yeah, see, this just takes me here. Yeah, it's normally not fun for anybody to watch that. That's kind of why I've been... That scared me. That's kind of why I've been sticking to the forest as much as I have. Because this gives me a chance to like turn my brain off and just kind of wander around. If I play for 3 hours and do 0, I'm at least chatting the whole time. So it keeps it a bit interesting. But when I was playing like Elden Ring, when I was doing anything, like even Baldur's Gate and stuff, I was so concentrated in the missions that I didn't interact enough. Ew, gross. Drop it. I didn't interact enough and people didn't find it as fun, you know? That's why I like this, because I can chat for hours and people still are interested. But yeah, dude, I'm stuck. I don't know what to do. The thing that tells me to check out the sinkhole, right? But I don't know, like, is this the level I'm supposed to get to and then I climb down further, or am I supposed to actually get tools to go down further? Dude, I know the feeling. I'm not, You went to college for accounting because it's less theory? Yeah, see, I couldn't do accounting. I can't. Oh, I find it so boring. I find it so boring. I couldn't do it. My hat goes off to you, man. I couldn't do it. Yeah, like I said, I went to theater school. I like the whole arts thing. I'm a big artsy fartsy dude. Although I did go to, you know, I was going to college for nursing with the goal of going to university to get my registered nurse. I was just going to be a practical nurse and work as a practical nurse and then eventually go and get my registered nurse degree, but then I changed my mind. I very, very quickly changed my mind. I mean, I had to drop out because life got in the way, but I don't want to go back and do it again. Mr. Random Moo, hello, welcome, welcome. How are you? Feel free to tell me. I've been wandering around for a couple of streams now, really. So feel free to tell me what to do. But yeah, I'm in the same boat. I have been using a 2-stream setup for a few months now. And my second PC, it died yesterday, or the day before yesterday. So I'm reduced to being on 1 stream, and I'm streaming to 2 platforms. So I'm doing the stream twice. The forest is old enough that my computer is running it with no problem. But like if I tried to play Baldur's Gate on this, I'd have to turn the graphics all way down just to get it to run with both streams going. I'm gonna play Starfield on stream because it's coming out and I'm excited to try it. But I'm not sure if it's gonna be something I do on a regular basis. It kind of depends on how much attention I have to pay. You know, I'm still really open to what kind of content I want to make. I'm leaning towards this kind of survival style content mainly because I talk so much and it's easier to play a game like this because we don't have any set goals, so people aren't going to get annoyed with me talking because there's nothing to listen to. And I don't get distracted, so I can play while I'm talking to you guys, you know? Show inventory? Okay. I'm using a Ryzen 7 7600, I think is what it is. 7600X? I can't remember my CPU, something like that. with 32 gigs of RAM at 4,000 megahertz, and I'm using a 3070 graphics card. So it's more than enough for streaming if I was streaming to just one platform, but because I'm dual streaming, that hogs up quite a bit of resource right there, and then you add the game on top of it. Like, I couldn't play Dead Island without the game without the stream or the game crashing. But if it was like, if I was streaming just straight to Twitch, or if I was streaming just straight to YouTube, this is more than enough for a one PC setup for almost everything. Because you're going to be gaming at 1080p most of the time, because the game can't handle, or the streams can't do more than that, really. So all the overhead that I would have from just being at 1080p goes towards the stream, and it's fine. But since I'm dual streaming, it kind of bottlenecks a bit. It's Blocks, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's kind of you to say. But yeah, like I was saying, I try to do more chat-based streams because or not chat-based streams, survival games, because I like chatting and it's easier to do while I'm playing. Yes. Okay, so to get down there. Okay, so where do I find the rebreather? Because we did that last stream. I wandered around trying to find the rebreather. It was a stream you weren't here on. And I like full-blown went around the whole island. I got stuck. I couldn't get past like the snowy peak on a boat. I went around the island on a boat, thinking that if I found something with a boat, maybe that's where the rebreather would be, but I didn't find anything. So where would I go for the rebreather? But yeah, man, I will be trying Starfield. I'm definitely going to do it for at least one stream. I just don't know if it's going to be something that'll be recurring on the channel, or like a one-off, or like on the days that I'm kind of just doing whatever I feel like. Then I'll throw on that. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. Hello. There we go. Oh, gross, man. I mean, I'm a night shift worker, so like 1 a.m. is just a regular day for me, but yeah, it's gross when you're a regular human that, you know, doesn't sleep during the day. Oh, you figured it out, Preston? What happened? What was the problem? You know, the rebreather to get through here. That's what I need the rebreather for. So, like, let's head back then. Let's head back the other way. Let's go, let's go. All the way back. But hey, if you're going to be plugging it in hardware anyway, so you can try the Xbox cloud gaming, then you're all good anyway, right? It's just nice to have the Wi-Fi working anyway. Oh, he had it. Yeah, it's so stolen. It's so stolen. Yeah. Yeah. Good. At least you fixed it, though. At least you fixed it. I think Xbox cloud gaming is so interesting. It's still, like, for me, because I have lower internet, I have more of the consideration of, like, if you don't have great internet, it can have a few issues, so you have to go in with it with an open mind. But it's like, it's got a couple of having to have more support for it, not from Xbox, but like the rest of the world's internet has to be a bit more supportive. But I think it's so cool. Oh, I don't have the alerts visible. I can't see it. It's so tiny. Ginger Gamer, dude, thank you. Thank you, man.
18 months? We have 2 Twitch babies now.
Yes, we do. May, no worries. You lurk away. You lurk away. The submerged cave. Are we... Kyle's internet? And let me guess, that wasn't the guy's name, was it? Whoops, I went back. That wasn't the guy's name, was it? Yeah, like, that's the cool thing. Like, I don't have great connection, right? Like, I'm with a phone company. I was telling Preston earlier, I'm with one of like the budget phone companies in my region. They don't have coverage everywhere, so I wouldn't be able to use cloud gaming on my data. But like I showed it in the one video, I was making fun of PlayStation and their PlayStation Portal. You know, I was kind of poking fun at them. And I showed it in my video. Like, I've got the backbone, so I could play on my phone if I connect to Wi-Fi. I've got an iPad mini with an iPega controller that works just like the backbone, except it's Bluetooth instead of plugged in. I could play it on there. You know, I had a MacBook. I could play it on there. And my Xbox could do it. If I had a Series S, I could just cloud stream to my Series S to have the X graphics. I have my ROG Ally, and I could do it on there. Like I can do it on everything. It's awesome. It's so great because I can just kind of stream wherever I want and have the full-blown graphics if I want, as long as I have a good enough signal. It's awesome. Well, I was making fun of their PlayStation Portal, which is the handheld that they're selling, which doesn't have access to the PlayStation Now. So that was the joke I was making, was that you guys are selling it and there's not even access to your streaming service. So what the hell? Anyways, okay, there are 2 entrance points. Another is pretty near to the huge ass anchor near the beach line. Okay, I know what tree you're talking about. I don't know where it is. I know what tree you're talking about though, because I've seen it when I was wandering around. And then another one is by an anchor by the beach line. Okay, let's go take a look. Let's go take a look. Steam Deck or Switch? Steam Deck, hands down. The Switch is very, very well optimized and stuff. But it's even at fully optimized, it is such old tech that they're using that it doesn't really keep up. And the Steam Deck has support for so much more. Like the Nintendo Switch has great access because of Nintendo games. But outside of the small Nintendo library that there is, it's a trash heap of reskins and quick sales from like indie devs. It's a disgrace to call those people indie devs. It's an insult to indie devs. But it's flooded with indie devs garbage. Nintendo really has become the laughingstock of the indie dev scene because they just allow any piece of trash to be put on their platform. Steam allows the same thing, but Steam has access to a gigantic library of games from any platform, as long as it has PC support. So the Steam Deck, hands down. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna do the mod. I do like the feeling of like trying to figure it out with everything that's hand drawn, but yeah, if I get frustrated, I'll check out the website. But no, I think you've given me at least a waypoint to look for, which should be enough to look around. It's very, very dark though. I turned off the HDR now that I'm using one PC, and holy crap, is it ever hard to see what I'm doing. You don't need to, but it's better just so you don't have those weird dips that you would get from Wi-Fi. Like if somebody else jumps on your Wi-Fi, the signal gets split up, right? And so the connection stability goes down a little bit. And so like let's say your brother's on and he's using it to watch Netflix, it'll hog quite a bit of the bandwidth, and all of a sudden you're going to start having a bunch of like drops in the connection, enough that it'll like stutter or the quality will go down. So it's better to have it hardwired. You don't need to though. As far as going about getting it, just sign up for it. You can sign up on the website, or you should be able to do it through the app. Where the hell's the... Oh, there it is. You should be able to do it through the Xbox itself. Like when you go online or whatever, it'll ask you to sign up, and you can just sign up for Xbox Ultimate. And then you just sign up like you would for like PlayStation Now or PlayStation Plus or whatever, the same kind of idea. And then once you're signed in, it'll be tied to your email. And then what I showed you before, where you just press the home button, go to the library, show all library, whatever it was in that one video that I sent you. It should be really, really straightforward. And then you can access it on all your devices that have a browser, basically. Mr. Random, this is the Rode Pod mic. If you had to choose to only be social on one platform, there is no answer because I could just be social on one platform. I've chosen not to. Because they've all got huge drawbacks. All of them have like huge drawbacks. Like TikTok has zero community building. You can't build a community on TikTok. It really sucks for community building, and people will follow you and then they'll see one video from you and then they just will never see you again. It's also full of harassment. It's full of really toxic people, and there is no way to consistently follow somebody that you like so you don't feel connected to them in any way. It's also full of content thieves, so huge downside. Hey, we're getting raided again! Purple Shrimp, it has been a minute. Hello, everybody. Welcome. How are you? I'll answer the rest of the question in just a second. Okay, we're here. Can I? Actually, I can just go here. Aha! I got this other scene now. For those of you who make fun of me for not having a camera, forgetting to switch my scenes. Hello, everybody. Welcome. How are you? Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you all being here. Hold on. My camera's in a weird position. I appreciate you all being here. Hello. How are things? Thank you for the raid, dude. How have you been? It has been a minute. I hope you're doing really well. How was your stream? What were you doing? What were you playing? Tell me all. Welcome, everybody. Sorry, I'm just replacing the camera. I did a bit of a change in my layout, and it's kind of messed with my stream a little bit. Or at least just like the layout of my stream a little bit. So I'm just kind of, you know, tweaking as we go, because that's what I do. I never do it beforehand because I don't think of it until I'm actually live. Because that's how professional I am. Hello, welcome. Thank you so much. I'm Luis. This is Retro for the first time. I am a variety streamer of sorts. I'm in the process of like restarting my channel. I took like a year off, a bit over a year off, and then I came back for the last few months, but it was like super casual, like 1 hour stream a couple times a week. And now I've had a big life change, and now I'm upping my streams. I'm like streaming 4 or 5 hours per stream, about 5 days a week. And I'm just in the process of kind of focusing my stream a bit. I'm going to keep it variety in the sense of like playing a multitude of games, but focusing more to make them all kind of feel the same. So I haven't decided really if I'm going to go for the feel as in like the genre, which I'm playing a lot of survival stuff, or if I'm going to go more just for like the feel. So for example, like I'm playing The Forest right now and Minecraft, they're both survival games, but the feel is very different. So do I want to do that, or do I want to go like The Forest, Resident Evil, and like they're all kind of dark and spooky? So I'm kind of in the process of that. So my stream is kind of weird. I'm also live. You should see it on screen, but you might see me kind of talking to randoms that you don't see the chat for. It's because I'm live on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. I'm live on all three. My biggest platform is TikTok. It's where I do a variety of, I'll do gaming news, sketches, sometimes fun facts. Sometimes I'll do like tips for like other streamers or content creators. It's kind of a mixture of stuff. But that's my biggest platform. That's where I'm most consistent, and that's me. So if you like what you see, feel free to follow. If this is not your cup of tea, totally understand. I appreciate you coming in on the raid anyway. I'm all better seeing you online. Thank you. Some more Hunt, right? Okay, nice. That's awesome. Yeah, that game seems like it would be really fun. It would be really fun to play with friends. I've said that to you before, but it seems like it would be really fun. I had to switch to TikTok because the purple app kept logging. Oh, gross. Lagging of the hotel Wi-Fi. That Wi-Fi, man, it's not great. See, now I've set it up. So like, even if I'm not going to forget, I'm going to do it now. But even if I forget to change my scenes, you can at least still see what's happening. So you're not feeling completely lost. For those who aren't in the know, I have a really bad habit of opening up my chatting scene to, you know, welcome people or to tell a story. And then I start playing and you can hear the game, but you can't see it. And then everybody has to be like, scene, but I don't look at the chat for like 10 minutes. So you've been missing all the action for 10 minutes. So I made a scene so I could chat while still having the gameplay on screen so you could still see me. Has a flavor of survival horror. The big drawback for me, I don't like first-person shooters. I detest them. So I don't think I would have fun. That's the reason I avoid that game. It's just, I don't think I would have fun. I also don't play with people. Partially because I don't have a lot of people to play with, but also a big chunk of it is I just don't like playing with people. So it wouldn't be very fun for me to play it by myself. It's kind of like I'm really big into VR. If you couldn't tell by the the VR headset there in the background, and I have After the Fall, which is like Left 4 Dead, and I rarely play it because it's not as fun to play by myself as it would be with somebody else. But the only person I play with is my brother, so like, kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. Seen for the first time, exactly, Turtsa, exactly. Driving games in first person, yeah. I only started getting into using first person for driving once I got like the steering wheel going. It felt a little bit better that way, more connected to the reaction of the steering wheel. And when I would do things in VR, that makes more sense for the first person view. But normally, yeah, I like the outside view. I like to see the car. Have I ever played Resident Evil? Yes, absolutely. No worries, Mr. Random. I am actually in the process. We were doing it yesterday, playing Resident Evil 8 Village in VR. So we just did the dollhouse area. If you haven't played the game, I won't go into detail what happens there, but we just did the dollhouse area. If you have played the game, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And I've been playing through that in VR. I've been kind of toying with the idea of doing Subnautica in VR, because I really, really like Subnautica. And in VR, it's spoiled, really. Can I dry the spoiled green stuff? But yeah, and you were asking if I played Smash. I don't really like Smash. I don't like competitive games in general. First person shooters are rough for me, but like first person or competitive is like the biggest thing that I hate. I don't like competition in games. Unless it's like a special event. Like I've done like a Mario Kart stream where it was me versus like 8 other streamers, and all of us played Mario Kart, and our community's voting for like rooting for us and stuff, and like it was for the fictitious crown of who has the best community. That was really fun, but that was like a special event thing. I'm not a big fan of competition. But yeah, so the question for everybody who just joined in, we're also playing The Forest, by the way. I don't think I said that. For those who just joined in, I got asked if I had to choose one platform to do my social media stuff on, what would it be and why? And I was just saying TikTok is really bad. Like they all have their drawbacks, which is why I'm on so many platforms, because each one has a strength and each one has major drawbacks. And with something like, actually the beach is that way. With something like Twitch and stuff, you have a lot of gamification, which is great. I'm trying to see the direction. He moves so slowly on the map. I think it's this way. Has a lot of gamification, which is great. Incentive for people to donate and people to send bits and all that kind of stuff. Which is awesome. It also has a very nice community feel, which is great. But being noticed is super hard on Twitch because they basically don't have an algorithm. They do, but it's really, really weak. It's not great. Everybody on Twitch is also a streamer or streamer wannabe. Like they hope to be a streamer. I don't mean they're pretending to be, but like one day they want to be a streamer. So you have a hard time kind of finding people who genuinely like your content because they like your content versus people who find your content and hoping that they can network with you and grow. So that's kind of frustrating to do. And the biggest one for me is they erase your streams. So I can't go back and see my very first stream ever on Twitch, which really sucks. And I hate that because I'd like to see my progress. I'd like to go back, special events once a year. I used to do like let's do a recap of what happened over the last year and then look back at like the first content that I ever made to kind of laugh at how much of cringe content I made. Can't do that on Twitch. It's all gone, right? And they take a giant chunk of what you earn for doing almost nothing. So that really sucks. YouTube, I love the fact that it has, everything stays. So like my first stream is still up. I can still watch it. I can do offline content. I can do Twitter style content. I can do short form content. So I can do all of my content on one platform. But YouTube doesn't really care about streamers. So there's not a lot of push for stream content. So nobody really sees you. The algorithm doesn't really pay attention to streams. YouTube is very, very heavy on creating long form content. So you almost have to focus yourself in one way and you may not want to focus your energy that way. YouTube is also incredibly hard to grow in. Like the algorithm can be very powerful, but it's hard to break into that algorithm. Whereas TikTok has a very powerful algorithm that can blow you up in the drop of a hat. YouTube used to have that. It doesn't have that anymore. So each one has their strengths and weaknesses. So I wouldn't be able to pick just one. You know what I mean? If I was really, really forced to, it would be YouTube. Because at least YouTube has the shorts, it has the live, it has the long form, and it has like the Twitter community posts. So I have a variety of ways to reach out to YouTube. But yeah, not... Twitch is missing a lot of those features. TikTok is just a complete garbage heap sometimes. You know, I've been banned multiple times for things that I didn't do. I got banned last time for self-harm when I was talking about getting more sleep for my schedule. So TikTok is a complete mess. So I wouldn't be able to choose, but YouTube would probably be it. You know, I don't like music. Funny enough, I was a professional musician for 15 years and I don't like music. Okay, so there's an anchor on my map. So I must have seen it already. I see it. I see it. So this direction. Thank you for pointing it out. I wouldn't have even noticed. Yes, Purple Shrimp, go ahead. Go to bed. I meant to say that while I was saying my hello to everybody. Go to bed, dude. Thank you so much for hanging out. If you're still even there, I'm sure you probably already left, but in case you come back to see if I got upset, I didn't. Go ahead. Thank you for the raid, dude. Have yourself a good night. I hope your stream was great. You know? Yeah, I found that boat. There was... I thought there were batteries in there, but there's no batteries in there. There was like a picture. There's a lot of pop cans over there, so I should probably go get some soda in a second. Yeah, TikTok, it's, I have a love-hate relationship with TikTok. There are moments where I'm like, you know, TikTok is really wonderful because it's so simple for making content and the bar is so low in the sense of like what you need to achieve in order to get seen. YouTube's bar is quite a bit higher. It used to be very low. That was what blew up YouTube in the first place. You could just kind of sit in front of your built-in webcam without any kind of special equipment and people could flock to you and see you. Now, even brand new streamers or content creators who have zero content and have just started last week have this kind of lighting and camera setup just to make a video. And their script sucks, their content sucks, but they've got the equipment, so you've already got a higher bar to begin with. And then there's all the different things of like having longer form videos that have to be like 10 or 15 minutes long. They have to be edited in a concise enough way that it's interesting, but still be drawn out and fleshed out so people feel like they're on a journey with you. Whereas TikTok, you can literally turn on your phone and just go. And like you can make a video in 30 seconds and it's up and going. But then you get a bunch of people stealing your content, like literally screen grabbing and just reposting, doing movie clips, and they put the whole movie on TikTok, or like the comedy specials. Or you make a comedy bit and then somebody just goes and steals your comedy bit word for word and just reposts it without any credit or anything. There's a lot of toxicity on TikTok, which really sucks. So like TikTok can be a mess. But then you make a video and you get 1 million views, and where else can you get a video with 1 million views rather simply? Not very many places. You know what I mean? I've also had a bunch of collaboration offers and deals happen because of TikTok, and that never happened on YouTube. So like it's got its benefits, but yeah, it's a mess. Yeah, the YouTube Shorts algorithm is weird. It's really weird. Yeah, it goes back to the YouTube thing. The YouTube bar is much higher because the quality is higher on YouTube overall. But yeah, you can have a video do amazingly on YouTube and you have no idea why. But then a video that did really well somewhere else will completely flop on YouTube. I will say for YouTube, one of the big things with YouTube is it takes a lot less for more success on YouTube. To expand on that a little bit, I had a video on YouTube that has like 200,000 views, something like that. And I gained 3,000 followers from it. I have videos on TikTok that have over 200,000 views, and I'm lucky to get 100 followers from it. I also have videos that have broken 1 million, a few of them that have broken 1 million on YouTube, and not even 1,000 followers from it. So the turnout, the return for your work is much better on YouTube, but it's hard to get to that point on YouTube. TikTok is also filled with bots and with scam artists, and like I am on the decline in followers on TikTok, which followers don't really matter, honestly. But I'm on the decline in followers on TikTok, despite my videos performing as well as they always have, and getting followers all the time. It's only like 1 or 2 an hour, but I'm getting followers consistently, yet my numbers are going down. because their algorithm is a mess and they're full of bots. And I don't know if people are leaving because they just haven't seen my stuff and they're just unfollowing, or if they're just like mass deleting a bunch of bots right now and I just happen to be surrounded by them, or if I did something wrong and people are hating my content and leaving. Like, it's hard to know what's going on. TikTok is weird. I never actually saw the anchor. Weird. I hate those guys. They're so scary. I made a typo and didn't realize and spent 10 minutes trying to fix it. Oh, main. That is why I dropped out of computer software engineering. I couldn't handle... Oh, I didn't bring food with me. I'm an idiot. I couldn't handle the... If you make one slight typo, and if your code is like 100 pages, and you have to go through the 100 pages to figure out where the typo is. Ugh, no thank you. No, thank you. All right, Wizard Gold, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Have yourself a good sleep. I will be live again tomorrow, hopefully a little bit earlier than I am today. Not by much earlier, though. Like, I started my time, it was around almost 5. It was 4:45, I think, when I started. I'm probably going to be starting closer to like 3 or 3:30. You know what I mean? Okay, so here's the tree that I can't cut down. There was the anchor. Is the cave entrance up? Turtsa, if you're still around, is the... It's marked on the map? What? I just read that. I saw your message. I didn't read it. I thought I had read it, but no, I didn't. Okay. Map. Oh, there it is. Right there, right there. I see it on the map. Okay, cool. I must have walked by it and not seen it. I must have walked by it and just not, like, visually seen it myself, but the game recognized it. All right, Wizard. Remind me, because I might forget. I will sing you happy birthday. I will sing you happy birthday. Ginger, I hope you're doing okay, dude. You're in a hotel. I hope you're enjoying and kind of relaxing and whatnot. You know what I mean? But relaxing as much as you can, anyway. Go down. Yeah, I haven't been here before. Oh, no! Okay, it was you making the noise? I thought it was a monster. I really struggle because sometimes I'll attack and then he'll just hit once and then just stand there. And I don't know why he's doing it. Okay. Okay. Oh, I love this that I learned this. I didn't know about this. Turtsa, you have no idea how happy you've made me teaching me that, the lizard skin thing. I've been playing the hardest level in the game called Geometry Dash. You're only at 84%. Oh, man. Oh, it's your birthday now. Okay, if you're still here. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Hopefully you're still here. If not, I'm gonna have to do it again tomorrow. But here, hold on. me. Drink some pop because that's always the best for your throat. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Wizard Gold _. Happy birthday to you and many more. I hope you have a good birthday, man. Go to sleep, wake up, and have yourself a good birthday. I hope it's a good birthday. There you go. Scene change. Haha, I remembered that time. Okay, actually, while I'm here, since I'm distracted a little bit. There, that's a bit closer, right? That's a little bit better, I think. Gameplay. Let's expand this one a bit. This one's a bit far too. Yeah, that's a little bit better, isn't it? I think that's better on TikTok. Although I'll move myself sideways a bit so the chat's in front of me and not covering my face completely all the time. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll do that. All right. This is going to be rough. It's so dark. That was amazing. I need to keep practicing my singing. I haven't been keeping up with it. I did a bit of singing. Like I sang over and over again for a little while, trying to get into it for something. I can't remember what I was. Oh, it was for my dad's funeral. I was practicing a lot of singing, and then I kind of just stopped. But I have an audition in a few weeks. I should probably get back into practicing because my voice is shot. I tried the last few nights to sing while I was driving, and whew, my voice is not my friend right now. I had to get back into it. I hear something. I hear something. There it is. Oh no, wait, what is this? No, that's part of the toy. Dang it. Got my hopes up. Right, if I... Is it part of the toy? Oh, I guess I just put it together right away. Okay. I used to be a good singer. I used to be. I was so proud of my voice back in the day. I haven't been keeping up with it, I gotta say. It's, you know, it's still decent, but man, if you would have heard me on in my prime, I was a pretty decent singer. I'll get it back. I'll get it back. Don't worry. I'll have to practice and, you know, do a bunch of stuff and just keep working on it, but I'll get it back. I might even have to do, on one of my streams, I might have to do a thing where, like, I sing my audition pieces for you all, and you all tell me what you think. You know what I mean? See, he even drew the sinkhole. We gotta get down there. Turtsa, you know this game better than I do. I swear in my version that I was playing privately, I haven't played it in forever. I don't even know if it's still saved or if I erased it. There was a goal out of the things that I'm supposed to do. One of them said, find other survivors. Yet I don't have that in this. Why did I have it before and I don't have it now? Like, is that something I'm supposed to have? Or is it something like you trigger and I just haven't triggered it? Dude. Come on, let's do it. Stop running away, you jerk. I'm trying to kill you. You saw me kill your friend and now you're scared, right? There you go. There we go. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I didn't pick it up. I didn't even notice I didn't pick it up. Okay. Dang. We found so many places, we probably would have found them by now. All those dead bodies. Okay. Can I pick up some water? It looks like we're in trouble. In this blood-filled water? Can I pick up some blood-filled water, please? It's got iron in it, man. We don't want iron deficiency. So, like, pick up some iron water. Nope. Looks like not. Oh, I'm anxious. It's so dark. he's rotted and everything. Where did I get the idea for my name? Well, funny enough, I've shown it already. I showed it a couple of weeks back. I'm not saying like you missed it. I mean, like, for everybody else, it's going to be a repeat story. I originally started as a YouTuber. I wasn't planning to be a streamer. I actually thought streaming was stupid. I know, blasphemous now for somebody who streams all the time. I thought streaming was stupid. I thought it was such a waste of time. My thinking was, if I am watching a streamer, why wouldn't I just play the game instead of watching somebody else play it, you know? And so I didn't like streaming. So I started as a YouTuber, and my whole idea was in the same idea as the Angry Video Game Nerd, AVGN, you know, doing like a video that was more like a skit and not really just like, here's my review of this game. How are the graphics? Instead, there was like a whole comedy thing involved with it, and I would review it, but there would also be a bunch of comedy involved. And I was doing that, and I loved it. It was awesome. And so my whole goal was to play retro games that I had never played before, because almost everybody, including AVGN, the Completionist, the Happy Console Gamer, Fighting Skeletons, all those guys, they all played retro games that they had played growing up. And so they had an idea already of the game as they played it, and they were like looking back at their memories of what they used to think, and then maybe looking at it again as an adult. Whereas I wanted to play it for the first time without ever having any idea. There we go. And so I was going to play retro games for the first time. Or I would be going retro for the first time. And that was my name. Yeah! We did it! Thank you so much, Turtsa. Oh, that scared me. I can't see it. Turtsa with the 5 subs, dude. Thank you, Turtsa. You didn't have to do that, man. Thank you. That is like so kind of you. Guys, can we please hashtag Turtsa in the chat if you do not mind? Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. And thank you for the help. Oh, and it's got a light. Oh, I can actually see now. No way. Oh, so cool. Although I am gonna get cold because we are underwater. I should probably build like a warm suit or something. Nice, dude. Thank you. I appreciate the subs and the guidance. You're too kind. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. You finally beat it. GG. GG, it's blocks. I like those kind of rhythm style based games. That one's a bit different, but it's rhythm based. I was always such a huge fan of like Rock Band and Guitar Hero. I was huge into those games when I was younger. I love those games. Dude, no, that was super kind of you, man. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, honestly. It's really flattering. Seriously. Ew, just a random lake in the water. Torch. Turn it on. I don't like that I'm hearing a bunch of banging. That's kind of scary. You know what I mean? That's a little bit scary. That's a little bit, ugh. A little bit scary. That's all I'm gonna say. Whoa. The heck is this place? There's something over there. Can I... I'm having a blind spot right now. Having a blind spot. Those are the torches, like the flares. I don't see see them. I thought I had TNT. Crossbow. Okay, am I nuts or do I just not have any TNT? But Turtsa, thank you, man. Honestly, like I'm very flattered. I thought I had TNT. Don't waste them that doesn't open. Okay, I don't see them, but yeah. Okay. Oh, take this off. I don't need it right now. Take it off. The rocks. Isn't this... yeah, these are flares. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't actually looked around. I've just been... I was like, let's just shoot things. I was just gonna blow stuff up. Wait, what? Right arrow. Oh, wait, right arrow. Oops. Oh. Nice. What's the difference between a regular keyboard than a PC keyboard? There's no difference. It's that question is sort of like asking what's the difference between a jacuzzi and a hot tub, or like saying what's the difference between a Honda and a car. You know what I mean? Yeah, mechanical keyboard versus like a membrane keyboard, or there's a different type that's kind of like an in-between. It's a membrane, but it has like a bit of a mechanical thing to it. I don't know enough about keyboards. Or like there would be like a USB keyboard versus the PS something keyboard. Like there's that. I think that might be what you're asking. If that's the case, man, lots of Bibles around here. A mechanical keyboard and like a membrane keyboard, it's just the way that the buttons are actually pressed. A membrane keyboard uses a piece of rubber, which is a membrane. That is really scary. And like the membrane, you push that down and the rubber presses down and makes the connection with a little like sensor on a motherboard. Whereas the mechanical keyboard actually has like a physical spring and an actual switch that is pushed so it clicks louder instead of it being a rubber piece of rubber that like clicks, that goes in. The membrane is softer, it's a bit mushier, and it can fail after a while because it is a soft piece of rubber, and so the rubber eventually rips. Whereas the mechanical keyboard tends to last a lot longer, but it is a lot louder because it's not using that piece of membrane, and it has a nicer click feeling. There's way more details I couldn't tell you because I don't know enough about keyboards to be able to say this is literally what the big difference is, but that's the basic difference between the two. It's the best answer I can give you. The PS2 connector, that's what it was. I was like, is it PS2? I feel like I'm gonna be an idiot if I say PS2 and I'm just thinking the game and not the actual connector. Yeah, I know I'm cold, dude. I know I'm cold. Swim up! Nope, not that. No, there's nothing wrong with asking. I don't mind answering questions that people ask. It's a little bit random, but that's about it. No, you just happen to ask a question that the question itself couldn't be answered. You know what I mean? Like, I still tease my brother about it now. He's a grown adult, and I still tease him about it. One time when he was a kid, I don't know what he was trying to ask me. We were young. We were really young. He was like in grade 2. I must have been in grade 5. And he comes up and he's like, Luis. I'm like, yeah. He goes, what's +2? And I'm like, what? What's +2? What +2? He's like, just +2. There's no answer to that. There is no what's +2. So that's kind of the same idea. You asked a question that there wasn't really an answer. Or the answer that would have, the only answer that would have made sense wouldn't have answered your question. Do you know what I mean? Because like a normal keyboard versus a PC keyboard, I could have gone towards like, oh, the keyboard that's like on your phone, or a keyboard like from a typewriter. Like that would have been an answer I could have given, but I knew it wasn't what you were asking. So that's all. That's the only thing. But yeah, no worries. No worries at all. I'm not a fan of when people ask like random questions on a regular basis. You know, people come in and they'll just ask 5 million things. I'm not a big fan of that, just because they kind of distract from the stream. But yeah, if you have a question, feel free to ask. I don't mind. I don't always know the answer, but I'll try my best. You know what I mean? Although sometimes I'll have people that'll come in and ask questions, and they're good questions. They're not, you know, they're not asking weird random questions. Asking random questions, like somebody earlier, I think it was it Mr. Random? I don't know. No, somebody else was asking questions that were random. You know, like if you had money to buy whatever meal you could, what would you buy? But those are like fun to answer questions. But sometimes I'll get like really random questions that are kind of like, what? Where are you going with this? You know what I mean? I can't really come up with a... Whoa! Oh, it's a duck! Oh! Oh, you stupid duck! You scared me, you dumb ducks. Oh, that scared me. Oh, that scared me, you stupid ducks. I try, you know, I try to be patient because, well, one, what's really helped is I actually started my stream as like a child-friendly channel. Like I did a lot of Mario Maker, Mario Kart, Zelda, like games that were more child-friendly. It wasn't a kid's channel, but I played games that were enjoyable by all ages. So I had a lot of kids that would come in. So I've learned some patience that way. Two, I had a stepdaughter, and she's always going to be my daughter, but you know, she doesn't live with me anymore, so she's technically not my stepdaughter anymore. And so I got used to her asking me random stuff that sometimes made zero sense to me. Three, oh God, I see him. I grew up, I mean, I work in a field where I would take care of people who may not be there all, like, you know, might have intellectual delay, or might have had a car accident and now their mind doesn't necessarily work as, you know, clear as it used to. So I've gotten pretty good at dealing with stuff like that, but there's also a limit, right? Like I had somebody a couple streams back that was asking or saying the most random stuff. They weren't necessarily asking questions. They were just saying random stuff. Like they'd be like, I like dogs. Apples taste weird. Pineapples have a weird smell. Like, what? I don't know what you want me to say. And then he'd get mad at me that I wouldn't answer. So like that, I won't have patience for, because they're just being random for the sake of being random. And it was clear that they were kids. So like, it wasn't like they were trying to be, you know, a nuisance, but I just didn't know what to say. And then they would get mad at me and that would frustrate me. But I try to be patient, because I know some people don't always know the right terms, or they don't know exactly what they're asking, or they don't know how to ask what they want to know, but they know they have a question. It's fine. You're not doing anything wrong. So I try to be patient, you know. Hey. Yeah, that's right, you jerk. Jerk. Hold on. Moo, I saw you ask something. What did you ask? Do I like fun facts? I don't mind them, as long as like it's... Like, if it's a once-in-a-while random thing, then yeah, sure. But going back to the whole, like, taking over the chat, if it's one of those things where, like, every other thing you say is a fun fact, it eventually kind of wears out its welcome, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Has a significant amount of idiot encounters. I think it's because I have the patience that they come in and they kind of try their best, but I'm also very snarky, so I kind of attract those people. Like, you watch me on TikTok, you've seen me have idiot encounters. And sometimes I really enjoy proving to somebody how stupid they are when they try to show how smart they are. You know, making an innocent comment is fine. If you make a silly innocent comment, you say something and it's kind of like, actually, this and this. But when you're just being a jerk for the sake of being a jerk and trying to show how much smarter you are than people, and you were just a jerk in doing it, I'm 100% going to call you out on it. So then that tends to bring more jerks because they want to put me in my place. Like, they're trying to make me look stupid. And sometimes they do. I've had things come up and I'm like, oh, damn, they were right. But then sometimes I'm like, no, you're an idiot. I'm going to call you out on it because you're being an idiot. Like, recently I had a video that I posted where, oh, I almost walked into it. That scared me. My phone went off. My watch went off right as I almost walked into that trap. That was perfect. I had a video where somebody made a comment about my nose, right? And I have a pimple. It's a scar, but it looks like a pimple on my nose. And some guy was being a jerk and made a comment, right? He wasn't being like horrible. It's not like he was saying something like making fun of me for my race or anything like that, right? It wasn't something terrible like that, but he was being a jerk on purpose, right? And I called him out on it. Then this other jerk, this was the idiot encounter. The first guy was just being a edgelord jerk, but the second guy was an idiot encounter. He made a comment basically saying like, bro, you're taking it too seriously, like chill out. And I was like, dude, chill out. Don't have a meltdown or whatever, or don't get so mad or don't cry, something like that. And so my response was like, dude, there's a different, like, you're a child, so I get it. He was like 17 years old, 16 years old. I'm like, I get it. You're a child. You don't know any better. But there's a difference between having a meltdown and holding somebody accountable for what they did. So he made a follow-up video. And his follow-up video, I got to tell you guys this. This is fucking hilarious. His follow-up video was calling me out. And his whole argument was that he gave a bit of a breakdown of what happened. He's like, oh, he made a video. Somebody made fun of his nose. And he's obviously super insecure about it and has a bunch of baggage about it. But he's so self-centered. This was the idiot part. He's so self-centered that he expected this person to know all of the baggage that goes with his scar and got mad at them that they didn't know. And if you get mad at somebody for not knowing something, you're self-centered. But the whole point is he insulted me. It doesn't matter if there is or isn't baggage there. He insulted me and I got insulted. That had nothing to do with he didn't know the baggage behind it. Like, if I walk up to you and you have, you know, let's say your whole life you were bullied because they called you ugly and you had surgery and you look better now, but I come up and I call you ugly. I'm calling you ugly because I'm trying to insult you. And then you get mad at me because I called you ugly. Sure, there might be all this extra baggage behind it that hurts your feelings even more, but it doesn't change the fact that I walked up to you and called you ugly. If you didn't have that surgery, if you didn't get bullied your whole life, and I just walked up to you and called you ugly, it was an insult. So if you got upset, that's not you being self-centered, that I insulted you and you got insulted. And so like this moron makes this whole spiel about how like I'm self-centered because I got insulted when somebody insulted me. Right? So like I run into idiot encounters because he was trying to show how much smarter he was than me, so he made up a whole story. Right? And then his like response was like, oh, I have a scar and it's got a bunch of bad memories, but if somebody makes fun of me for my scar, I'm not going to get mad at them for not knowing the history. But I didn't get mad at him for not knowing the history. I called him out because he insulted a stranger on the internet. It's a very different situation. So like I run into idiots because I'll do that. Like I'll call out somebody for being toxic, and somebody else who's just as stupid and as toxic as the first person will also get insulted. So then they'll try to come in and say something. So then I run into more idiots because I call out idiots. So they don't like that. So this guy was really butthurt that I called him a child, which is hilarious. With that, this is like the deeper level of it. This is where like I didn't even mention this in the. I made a response and then I made it private because I didn't do it to like get clout from this guy. He's just an idiot. But like, I didn't even bring this up in my response, but like the even deeper layer of it is the hilarity in him trying to act like me being insulted by somebody insulting my looks was irrational and I should just let it go. But then he was insulted that I called him a child because he's a child. You know, he's like 16, 17 years old. He's a child. And I called him that. And then he got so insulted, he had to make a video about it too. So he's making fun of me for making a video because somebody insulted me, while he's making a video because somebody insulted him. But he's too stupid to see the irony, which is freaking hilarious. Now, should I call out the first guy? No, I could have just ignored him. Right? But these like edgelord 15-year-old trolls who think they're like the epitome of everything by making fun of somebody on the internet, they're the ones that come in and like they'll use the F slur. If somebody like, I wear bracelets, they'll come in and call me the F slur, or I paint my nails every once in a while, they'll call me the F slur for that, because they think that's like the epitome of comedy. But it's the epitome of somebody who is like a moron who doesn't know how to make comedy, so they just revert to insults, and then they get upset when you call them out on it, and instantly it's, oh, you're an adult picking on a kid, or like, oh, you get so butthurt for nothing. It's like, dude, you just don't like being called out for what you did. But yeah, so like I could have just ignored him, but I have fun calling out these idiots because they get so embarrassed and they try to backtrack, and then there's just nothing they can say to make themselves look good. And the only people that ever defend them are other edgelord 15-year-old guys. It's almost always a guy. Other edgelord 15-year-old guys who think that insults are like the epitome of comedy gold. Those are the only ones that ever defend them. Yeah. The one, hello. Oh, it's is it screen tearing? Is it screen tear? Yeah, it's screen tears. Yeah, see that? I've got a really nasty cam link. I'm gonna make a video on it actually. I bought a cheap cam link. The one. Turtsa, look at that. Look at that. Speaking of idiot encounters, and I am indeed referring to you, the one. Oh, dude, I am so not surprised that that's what you look like with a name like the one. It works a little bit better if you mock somebody for fixating on something. Yeah, I mean, I'm using this exact situation as the example, but it would work a little bit better to mock me for being fixated on the nose situation if you would have been here from the beginning of the conversation, where it was my example of something that Turtsa brought up. That's why that it was being brought up, right? Like if somebody asks me about like wearing a hair system, and I talk about wearing a hair system, and then you walk in and be like, you're still talking about wearing a hair system? Somebody brought it up, and that's why we're talking about it. So you kind of look like an idiot trying to make it seem like all I've been talking about is my nose situation, when this is the first time I brought it up on stream for an example, because somebody in chat brought up a circumstance that was a perfect example of, right? So, I mean, the one, you should probably work on the listening before you try to act like you're like so much smarter and you're going to put me down because you look like an idiot. Hence why these are called idiot encounters, right? Just a piece of advice. That's all I gotta say. But yeah, anyways, back to what I was saying. Back to the, now that I'm done speaking of what happened with the first idiot encounter, now we have a new example of an idiot encounter that I can use next time somebody brings that up. Thank you, the one. The hilarious part is his full name is Respect the One. And then he comes in and acts like a D-bag with no respect for people. Oh, so funny. Edgelords get so upset and so, like, they cry so hard that anytime anybody calls out an edgelord for anything, they just can't resist but to have to cry and try to insult somebody. It's embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. It's Nikki. Hello, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. I know, right, Brian? You gotta love the toxic idiots coming through. It's the best. It's the best. I mean, at least they give me something to do, you know? They give me something to talk about. But yeah, so back to what Maine was asking about. So yes, my My camera is being weird because I have, it's right here actually. I have a cam link, and the cam link has been causing me some problems. It'll randomly just not recognize on my computer, and sorry, I'm just blocking one because I don't need D-bag in my chat. Or in chat. Sorry, I'm gonna start saying instead of the from now on. Because I'm sure you can all imagine what this dude looks like. Like, he's got the flat brim hat with the giant, excessively big chain to show he's got money, even though he probably doesn't have money. Wears like the triple XL shirt, even though he's probably wearing just like maybe a double XL. It's just one of those guys, you know what I mean? Like, you know what kind of guy I'm talking about when they spell the word the with duh. He's just one of those dudes. So I'm just blocking him so I don't have one in chat anymore. But anyways, so I have the cam link, and it was acting up. It was like randomly disconnecting. It was being really weird. And so it wouldn't give me a signal randomly. It just stopped. It wouldn't work. Turns out partially because of my camera. My camera, the HDMI port is no good. But also the cam link is also on its way out. So I bought a cheap dropship cam link Chinese knockoff. That scared me. Woo! Jump scare. Yeah, the bra look. It's one of those guys. Anyway, sorry. I just like to, rub it in once they start. I just have to. Anyways, so you should be Turtsa. Retro for first time. That's what I should be too. That'll make me cool. Anyways, so I drink some water. Oh yeah, it's already full. No, don't. First of all, let's start the fire so I don't freeze to death here. I need to make some warm clothing. I don't have any warm clothing in this game. So I bought the knockoff dropship Chinese fake cam link, and that's what I'm using. And for some reason, it'll randomly just give me screen tearing, and I don't really know why. It actually turns off when I reset it. I should do that now since I'm here. Let me just open this here. You should rebrand to Turts. I love it. That's so funny. Oh man. But see, the best part of all of it, the bigger irony of all of it is how, like, the dude just proved his own ignorance, his own stupidity, which is what I called it. This is what makes me laugh so much, is I called it. Because when Turtsa said that, I have more idiot encounters than anybody else he knows, my response was, I have idiot encounters because I call out idiots, and they just can't help but be mad and have to be idiots, is basically what I said. And as I'm talking about calling out an idiot, another one shows up to argue with me. Like, it's like if I walk up and I say people who think the earth is flat are really stupid, then somebody comes up and gets mad about the earth is flat, and I just said people who think that are stupid, so you just called yourself stupid because I just said that. That's what he just did, which makes it so much funnier that I literally said that that's why they show up, because they don't like being called out and they're too stupid to avoid it. And then he came in and did the exact same thing. It's ironic gold. And the sad part that breaks my heart is he's still too stupid to realize he did that. I know, Brian. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break your reality and burst your bubble. I know. Don't worry though. Don't worry. You're pretty cool, so it's all right. I don't think you're stupid. Anyways, now I need the key card. Okay, the bottom of the butt. Gotta check that butt. So yeah, so I bought that weird. Oh no, I did it. Okay, did it fix though? I think it fixed. Sorry if I look weird, just waving my hand. No, it's still doing it. It's right there. And it goes down. See, it slowly goes down. Now it's down to by my nipples. Now it's probably down by my crotch. I don't know. It's a cheap video card. It's not great. Actually, I got an email from Amazon, which is weird. I leave reviews. I'm all for reviews because there's so many scam, fake reviews on stuff that I'll leave reviews because you never know, right? Okay, Turtsa, give me now that since you're here, before you leave, Waypoint for the key card. Waypoint for the key card. Is that going to be in those same caves, or is that somewhere else out here? I'm okay with that one. stuck his nose into the hornet's nest. But yeah, the camera doesn't work great. The thing doesn't work. Oh, I was saying the reviews. I leave reviews because hopefully somebody will see my review and be like, oh, okay. And I don't pull any punches. You've seen the reviews that I've done for stuff that have gotten sent to me as collabs. I'm okay with telling people, hey, this is trash, don't buy it. And most of the time, they're innocent people who are just doing basic drop ships, and they don't want to rip people off, and they'll message me, and they'll be like, hey, we're so sorry, we'll refund your money. What was wrong with it? Okay, we're going to work on making sure we don't have that happen again. This one, Amazon emailed me. Not emailed me, they sent me a message through Amazon asking me why I had given it a bad review. And literally saying, like, they're trying to make sure that they don't have fake products on their site. And so, like, it asked me, like, did it not perform right? Did it come broken? Was it not what it said it was? And I was like, it wasn't what it said it was. And then they asked me how, and I was like, the technical performance. Because this said it was 60 frames a second, that it could take a 4K signal and it would process it at 60 frames at 1080p. It does not do 60 frames at 1080p. It's closer to like 45 frames at 1080p. It's a solid 30 frames at 1080p. If you put it down to 720, it does 60 frames. But I bought it because I wanted 1080p 60. So it's not very good, but it's a good replacement. It was $10. This is $150 for me. I don't want to spend another $150 and have it break in a couple of weeks. So it was $10. So I'll deal with the screen tearing for now. You know what I mean? Okay, by the shipping containers? Okay. I'm glad, Turtza. I'm glad. I'm appreciating that you're liking it. I'm appreciating that you're liking it. I'm having fun. You know, I've been really enjoying myself. I'm trying not to walk away too far so I can get water, like, collected in those little shells. Where's my base? There it is. I'm just gonna stick around here for now. So the shells fit. Oh, it's gonna stop raining. It stopped raining. Okay, that's good enough anyway. Oh, do I have food though? But I'm having fun. You know, it's once it's over, it's gonna be kind of, there's nothing to do. But there's plenty of other survival games. Like I said, I'm still in the midst of switching things up. I would like to beat this, especially since I'm so close. That's why I'm more open to you telling me what to do, because I've spent a lot of time already on it, and I'm thinking of moving on. And so I'm okay with getting a little bit of help. I'm not fully spoiled, but you're good. You're just pointing me to the right direction, kind of like what just It's Nikki did. This place, that's it. Don't tell me what's gonna happen. Don't tell me if I'm gonna run into anything. Just leave it be. But that's good enough. But yeah, I'm probably gonna spend more time playing some Minecraft in the near future, and I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna beat this tonight. But if I come back to this, it's gonna be more like one stream a week will be this game, and then I'm thinking 1 or 2 streams a week will be Resident Evil, and then 2 streams a week will be maybe Minecraft. I'm not 100% sure on Minecraft yet, but still. Yeah, once I beat this, I'll probably buy Sons of the Forest and play that. Because I do still want to be variety. I still do want to mix things up, you know, not play the same game every single stream. But I do want to stick to the same style. So wait, you said the same beach? That's wrong way. That's up. Oh wait, I have a compass. What am I doing? You said... Also on the beach, it's up north, but west coast. So let's go west. West side. Okay, so I'm actually a Java player, but before you hate me about it, I'm actually a Java player. I mean, my Bedrock player. I'm a Bedrock player. Before you hate me, though, I started on Bedrock. This is my reasoning first. I started on Bedrock because I actually wasn't interested in Minecraft. I bought it for my stepdaughter. We got it for her for Christmas, or for her birthday, and she had nobody to play with. So I taught myself Minecraft to play with her. I even thought Minecraft was boring after playing it for a bit, because there's not really a goal outside of beating the Ender Dragon. But I decided to give myself a couple of hours to play it, force myself to learn how to play it, so at least I could play with my daughter so we had something to play. after about 2 hours of being in it, I was playing it in VR. I became obsessed. I loved it. And so I was playing in Bedrock because I was playing with her and she had it on her Switch. And that's the only way I could play it with her. I don't have anything against Java, but I learned Bedrock. I tried Java in VR because they've got like the Vivecraft, the VR mod, but it's really janky. Like it was barely running at 30 frames a second at times, or it would run really smoothly, then all of a sudden it would lock up for no reason. It was really, really janky. So I stuck with Bedrock because the VR is so smooth on that. All this to tell you that I just started a file last week in Java, which is something I don't know anything about. I know Minecraft, but Java is just a hair different. That it's a new experience for me, and I'm playing it in hardcore. So we'll see what happens. I've never played hardcore because Bedrock doesn't have it, but I tend to die a lot because Bedrock doesn't have hardcore. If I die, it's no big deal. So I'm gonna have to learn to be way more cautious. So that's kind of what I've been doing. So I am a Bedrock player, but we are going to be doing Java on the stream. That was a really long way to answer that, but that's what I meant. Yeah, I like Bedrock better. It's more stable. That's the main thing, right? Like Bedrock, I've noticed Java, it's running okay on my computer, but there's moments where it like suddenly like slows down and it's kind of glitchy. Whereas Bedrock is a consistent 120 frames the whole time. Never does it slow down, you know. Or I play it on my tablet and I've got an iPad mini and an iPad Air M1 and both of them 60 frames a second locked, like no problems. So it's a little bit harder to deal with Java because it's... Since when do they do bird calls? What the hell? So Java is less refined, but I know it's also way more customizable, so it does have a huge benefit in that aspect. So I'm excited to be relearning Minecraft. It's just slightly different, you know. It's all the same basics, but like even the attack, regular Minecraft on Bedrock, regular to me on Bedrock, you can just slash away and it's no big deal. Whereas on Java, you have that slight recharge and that changes your fighting style. I'm excited. Okay. Perfect, Third. So I will do that. I will absolutely do that. I prefer Bedrock. There's lots of quality of life features. Yeah, no, I think Bedrock's great. We wish we could meet and play video games in person, Michael Jackson. I've been recognized once. I was gonna do a video about it, and then life was falling apart, so I didn't do it. But I was gonna do a video once because I've only ever been recognized one time ever by somebody. It wasn't a fan. It was just somebody who had seen me on their For You page. Like I'm sure you guys have it on, if you're on TikTok, you've had it where there's people that you will watch their videos when you see them, but you just don't follow them. And not because you don't like them. It's just, you know, like for me, there's one person that that I watch, but I don't follow them because they do a lot of like political content. And although I like their takes, I don't want my For You page to be all political stuff. So I don't follow them. But if I see them, I'll watch their stuff. Or there's like other streamers that I will watch and I like their content because it's like stream tips and stuff, and their stream tips are great. But I don't really need stream tips because I pretty much run the stream the way that I like, and there's not really an upgrade that I'm looking for. Like there's nothing that I'm like, I need to learn how to do this. If that makes sense to what I'm trying to say, like if it makes sense to you. But I like them and I like their content. I just don't follow them. So I think this guy was like that, but he recognized me. I was at the drive-thru. It was really cool. I'm gonna gush a little bit here, just how nerdy I am. This is why you don't ever think that like people that have any kind of following, even if it's a really, really tiny, like 100 people, don't ever think that it's like not a big deal when we meet somebody. If they do think that it's not a big deal, they're a jerk. You should probably avoid them. They're probably not a very good person. They're kind of into themselves. But it was really cool. I went through the drive-thru. I went to go get McDonald's. I ordered my meal. I went up to the front to pay. And he was having a bit of an issue with the computer as we're getting ready to pay. And he goes, "Can I ask you something?" I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Sometimes the card doesn't work. I'm sorry. You know, I'll try." And he's like, No. He's like, "Have we met?" I was like, "No, I don't think so." And he goes, "Are you on TikTok?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, you do the video game thing, right? I'm like, yeah. He goes, I don't remember your name though. I'm like, Retro for the first time. He goes, yeah, I've seen you. He goes, let me see if no, I don't follow you. You could tell there was that little moment. He wasn't embarrassed, but there was that moment of like, I don't follow him, even though I recognize him, like that weirdness. I was like, nah, man, it's cool. Don't worry about it. That's awesome, dude. I got recognized. I was so like over the moon just having been recognized. You know, he didn't gush in any way. He wasn't like, you're the best creator. It was just like, I recognize you. But for me, it was like, whoa, I got recognized. That's awesome. That's the first time ever. It was really, really cool. So Michael Jackson, the reason I'm telling the story is I've never really met anybody. I've met a couple of people, but it was like I planned to meet them while I was out. But because I've never been recognized, I don't feel like I have people that would want to really meet me. So I've never done anything like a meet and greet. If I can pick this channel up to the point where, you know, I'm averaging 30, 40 people, where my viewership on TikTok goes back up, I would totally be down for like a meet and greet, hang out with some people, you know, not like an official one, but like if there's a con, I would totally be down for like, hey guys, I'm going to be at this con. I'll be hanging out in this area at this time, just hanging out, playing some video games if you want to come hang out. Like I would totally be down for something like that. I think that would be really cool. Is that the cave, Turtsa? The one that's on the map there, right north of me? Is that the one? Oh, Brian, it totally made my day. It totally made my day. Like, I was in such a great mood after that. I wasn't in the best mood. I wasn't in a bad mood that day, but I wasn't in the best mood. And then that happened, and I was like, dude, that is so cool. And he was like a young teenage kid. Like, he must have been like 18, 19 years old, right? So, like, I'm an old TikToker. Not exactly the best experience for him. It was just like some old guy that he's seen on TikTok that talks about video games. But it was still really cool. It totally made my day, and I was a complete blabbering idiot. You know, I was totally like, oh my god, that's so cool. You recognize me? That's cool. You're the first person. Like, I was a total nerd. But I'm always a total nerd, so I'm not embarrassed. The location is pretty accurate. Is it on? Okay, so like I'm on this seaside, so yeah, I mean, this might be it. This might be it. It should be like right here, right? Is it? That's just rocks. Right here. Is it this? Is it this? We're not old. No, we're not. But for like a 17, 18-year-old, we're ancient, man. We're ancient. Yes, I found it. Yeah, Turtsa, it would be amazing. It would be amazing. Well, it's not even like, it's not set in stone. It's not even like a blueprint yet. It's barely even a thought. But there is, oh, I still haven't found the thing to watch videos yet. I have talked to a friend of mine who lives in Europe who would like me to go visit them in Europe for a few days. In Netherlands. In the Netherlands. And I can't afford it. I'm like really, really tight with money. Like I make an okay living, but the problem is because I am self-employed, if I don't work, I don't get paid. I don't get vacation time or anything like that. I get vacation time, I don't get paid for it. So because I run my own business, right? So if I take a week to go to Europe, it's a week without getting paid. So I need to save up not only for the flight and the stay and the food, but also for not working so I can pay my bills while I'm home, like when I get back. So I would have to save up. Hopefully through the stream I could do it and, you know, have a whole like series that I can make videos based on this trip. Because I would be going to see people from the stream. If that were to happen, I don't know how far Finland is from the Netherlands. Yeah, I don't know how far Finland is from the Netherlands, but I would totally be down to take like a train ride for a couple of hours to go like meet somewhere in between or something. You know, meet some of the people that are out there. It would be really cool. Because I'm probably never going to go to Europe. If this doesn't go through, it'll probably never happen. Ah, you stupid bats! If this doesn't go through, it'll probably never happen. And even if this goes through, this will probably be the only time I ever go to Europe. Unless my channel blows up and I become a full-time content creator where I can travel for like big events like Gamescom and stuff. But I'm not going to hold my breath because I don't want to set a goal that I'll be disappointed about. You know what I mean? But you never, ever know. It may happen. So maybe. That'd be cool. The only reason I'm able to make money from Twitch if I stream is because your account got hacked by bots. Oh, you got botted? So I can make money on Twitch. I got botted once. It was actually done on purpose, not by me. I'm not one of those people. It wasn't done by me, but it was done by somebody who likes my channel. And they wanted to support me. And they thought that if they gave me a bot attack, it would give me the viewership numbers that would attract more people to come to the channel. So they did it with the right intentions, but it was the wrong action. They apologized. They let me know that it had happened. They apologized. And I didn't even know about bot attacks at the time. I hadn't really been on Twitch very long. I'd been on Twitch for like 5-6 months. I wasn't really part of the community. I felt like an outcast. And so I didn't know about bot attacks. And I had, you know, my channel on Twitch grow. It didn't like blow up the way on YouTube grow, but it didn't blow up the way that the bot attack did. But I went from like less than 30 followers to about 1,500 followers in the span of one day on YouTube because of a raid, and people were really happy and they liked my content, whatever. It was legit. So on Twitch, I already had a following on YouTube. When I got a sudden growth over the span of 2 days and I had 10,000 followers, I thought it might have been like I got raided, or it was one of those like Mr. Beast things where like he picked somebody and I just happened to miss it and I got a bunch of followers from a giant channel and I didn't know who it was. It was that kind of thing, I thought. But my viewership stayed the same. I still had 1 concurrent viewer, 2 concurrent viewers. I was like, what the hell? What happened? And then eventually the person admitted to it and I was like, oh. So I was able to erase it. And I got rid of all the followers, because what ended up happening is I would have new people come to the channel and they would ask about the viewership versus the following. And it was, what they were asking seemed very 2,000 kilometers apart. Oh man, that's too far. Dang it. Yeah, that would be too far for a quick trip. Dang. That would suck. Yeah. I mean, it's closer than coming all the way to Canada, but yeah, it's definitely a distance. That's a hike. But yeah, I'd have people come in. One guy in particular just flat out asked me. He's like, you know, how do you have so many followers and nobody's watching you? I'm like, I don't know, man. I got like this really big raid. I don't know what happened. And then he's like, no, you must have paid for those viewers because you have 10,000 viewers. I looked at your numbers and you had a sudden spike. He's like, bro, that's not the way to grow. If you're trying to grow, don't buy the view. I was like, I felt so offended because I didn't do it. Right. And that's when I started doing research, and then I found out what happened. And then I was trying to figure out a way to erase them, but I didn't know how at the time. I didn't know about the one website that can just get rid of your followers. And so I was like, what the hell do I do? And so I emailed Twitch. I was like, hey, you know, I think I got bot attacked. I got 10,000 followers. Like it happened a few weeks back. I don't know the exact date. It wasn't me though. I don't want to get banned. And then I was talking about it on stream the way that I'm doing right now. And then the guy was like, he was really upset. And he's like, I'm sorry, man. I didn't know I was putting your channel at risk. I was just trying to help you. And I was like, dude, don't talk about it on stream because I don't want them to see the clip and think that I like asked you to. Just don't worry about it. I'm taking care of it. It's gonna be fine. And then after he private messaged me, he's like, dude, I didn't know. He's like, I thought it was just gonna help. He's like, I figured I could give you a donation or I could do this. He's like, and I thought this would lead to bigger donations and it was gonna be more helpful. I was like, no, dude. It risked my channel. Just don't bother with stuff like that. Like, it's fine, man. Just give me the money instead if it's burning a hole in your pocket. But he didn't do it on purpose. But Twitch is not a fan of it if they know that you did it and they feel that you're not doing anything about it. You know what I mean? Like if you didn't do it yourself, you won't get banned. Twitch is pretty good at that. But if you know it's happened and you don't really try to like fix it, there are websites out there that you can go to. And you can look at your analytics, and the analytics will actually... God, I have no armor. The analytics can show you when the blow up happened. Like, you'll see the sudden spike, but you have to go back. You have to kind of remember when it was that it started, and you can see the spike, and you can go to a website. I can't remember what the website's called. there's a website you can go to and you can actually select the date and time, and anybody that followed you in that window, you can be like, you know, today is what, September 4th. You can literally be like 3 o'clock September 3rd to 8 o'clock September 4th. Anybody that followed me then, delete them and they'll be deleted, and you can get rid of all the bots. Because honestly, followers don't mean anything. They don't actually help in anything. Like even affiliate, I don't know how long it happened to ago it happened to you, but like affiliate now, they require viewership. Like it's not just, oh, you need 10,000 followers. It's like you need so many viewers per stream and whatever. I know YouTube, it's like you need so many followers plus so many viewers watching for so long. The following number doesn't actually help you in any way. There are some collaboration companies that will look at your following and will consider your following when they're trying to work with you. But it's not really that big of a deal. It's very, very rare. Most of the time, they are more interested in how many concurrent people you have. Because you can have 50,000 followers legitimately and average 20 viewers. Or you can have, you know, less than 2,000 followers and average 40 viewers. Because you're so entertaining. You just don't have a way to attract new people in, but the people that are there love you. God. I don't... Oh, God. So a lot of companies are now more interested in concurrent viewers, or if you're doing videos, they're more interested in how many people watch your video. You know what I mean? Preston, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. The likes for that algorithm, man. That algorithm, it's like... it's like trying to sleep with somebody. You gotta make sure you keep revving that engine, you know? Yeah, I can hear it. I can hear it. I can tell that's where I need to go. Okay, well... I don't think I even have any armor outside of, like, the 2 lizard skins. Oh, I'm in so much trouble. And I only have 2 bones. I can't even make more armor. Well... I guess I have no choice. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh well, that's okay. But yeah. Wait a minute. I forgot I can make Molotovs. Oops. Oops. What's this? This. And I can't remember the other one. Is it that? Nope. What am I missing? Money, money. Oh, watch. There's that explosive. I got a couple of explosives. I don't have any TNT, though. Oh, wait, there's like, oh, they're down here. I see them now. Haha, I got a couple. Okay, but we got a couple of like Molotovs. I can make some explosives. I got a TNT. Let's make one more explosive just in case. Coins. A watch. Where's the watch? Where's the watch? Where's the watch? I saw the watches. Where are they? Are they like... Hold on, I'm going blind here. Or did I... No, oh, right there. It's just behind. And the booze. Okay. We got a couple of explosives. But yeah, I mean, if you do something about it, they're pretty... Twitch is pretty understanding. They understand that bot attacks happen. And they started happening for that reason. They knew people would get banned for it. And so toxic creators, like those edgelords, they like to just start drama. So they know that if they... Oh, God. They know that if they can get you banned, it's going to be for the lulz for them. Just because they're pathetic and they have nothing better to do. You know what I mean? Okay, I want to get rid of the plane axe. Let's put it here. And let's combine it and put it here. So I got the explosives and some Molotovs. And let's put the TNT. Katana craft. No, I want to keep the crafted bow. Okay, no, we don't need that. Why do I have teeth in my inventory? Because because you collect them from all the guys you kill, but they actually like upgrade your weapons and stuff. I just haven't done. I can't upgrade the katana. It just is what it is. I can't mix it with anything, which kind of sucks. You would think I'd be able to put like broken glass on it. That would be really cool, but you can't. How about this? Can I put anything on this? No, it's just to put the light on it. Although I don't really want to carry it though. Oh, Turt's already answered. Yeah. Turt's already answered. One more week of work to go. One more week before like a vacation, or do you mean one more week of work for like an assignment? Or are you saying one more week before you start a new job or quit this job? Tell me all about it. All right, let's do it. Go. Oh, what? It bounced way so far away. I didn't think of physics. Dude, stop throwing things so far away. All right, this should blow up on contact, right? Like, whoo. Oh, I didn't turn it on. I didn't turn it on because I'm an idiot. I didn't turn it on because I'm an idiot. Oh, you forgot about an assignment. Oh, I hated that. I'm so glad I'm not in school anymore. Mainly for that. I'm an idiot. I didn't turn it on. Oh, and this isn't like Minecraft. I can't like crouch, sneak, as they say, to get it to not fall off the edge. Right there. Ha ha ha! Let's make another one. This. Coins. What's the other thing? I always forget the other thing. Watch. Where are you, dude? Where are you? Come closer. Well, if I throw it right there, will it like bounce backwards? Oh, he was so close! Dang it. Man. I don't see him. Oh no, he's right there. Oh, I did it again! I'm such an idiot! I keep forgetting I have to light it. I'm used to stupid fake first-person shooter games like Call of Duty, where things are just done automatically. I keep forgetting I have to actually light it on fire for it to be on fire. I just keep thinking, oh, I just push a button, it'll light it while I'm doing it. I'm so stupid. What the? It went out. It didn't blow up. Oh, man. I am, like, failing hard at this. Dang it, man. Is this the fancy one? I think that's the fancy one. Did he die? I did it! Woo-wee! Okay. I didn't not do it because I'm an idiot. I didn't do it because I wanted it to be hard. Oh. I wanted it to be harder for me. Had nothing to do with me not thinking of putting a flare down there. Not only is it magic because it lasts forever, it's magic because it doesn't burn his hands. I don't know if any of you have ever held a lighter for a while with it turned on. It burns really badly. Where are you? Babies. I just keep thinking he's gonna burn his fingers holding that lighter on all the time. Whoa. Okay. Look at all of them, man. And they're all naked. We got the camera. We can watch videos. And the key card. Okay. Nice. Thank you, Turtsa. Thank you. Baby Slayer. I'm so adorable because I'm getting excited over stupid things. I've never made it this far in this game. I have played this game for so many hours in private, in VR, and just gotten nowhere. Now I actually know what I'm doing. Not know what I'm doing, but like I actually made progress. I'm pretty proud. It's pretty awesome. So thank you. Yeah, I know I'm hungry. I'll get out of here in a second. Don't worry. Now I can go to the bottom of the crater. Okay. All right, let's leave the assistance now and see what happens. Because I made quite a bit of progress. The main reason I opened up to it, one, because I don't know how much longer I'm going to be playing this, but two, I also had been streaming this every day for the last week and haven't really made progress. Like, we've wandered around for a while. And I think through the whole week, all I've done was I found the climbing axe and the chainsaw. And that's as far as I've gotten. And then it was just wandering around, checking out different caves. Then eventually I like went around the whole island. And then I built parts of my base. That was all I've done. So I haven't really made progress for a few days. And so I was getting kind of frustrated that I wasn't going anywhere. So that's why I was open to more assistance right now, just for the sake of moving the story forward. But now we're at a place that I can now continue, and hopefully, even if I get stuck, I can be stuck for a little while and not feel totally frustrated. So we'll just leave it there. Yeah. I'll probably get stuck, and we'll give it a couple of days, and then we'll do it again. I'll be like, tell me guys, tell me where to go. But for right now, I'm pretty happy. Actually, let's save so I don't accidentally run into people that kill me. Okay. Anybody who's watching and is new to the channel or doesn't really like know, or like has been around but doesn't really know schedule-wise what's going on, I stream every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. I might be switching the Saturday. I'm not 100% sure. It might be like the Saturday and Monday might get switched. I'm not fully sure yet. And it's all around the same time. On the weekend, I am going to try to be a little bit earlier so people in Europe can have a bit of an easier time seeing me. But yeah, I'm streaming 5 times a week. I'm on all 3 platforms, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. So whatever platform you're more comfortable watching on, feel free. And yeah, we've been playing The Forest. I'm going to be starting up Minecraft again. And Resident Evil 8, that's kind of what we've been doing. So if you are interested, please feel free to hang out on those days. You know, I'm trying to keep things pretty consistent. So that way you have a better chance of being able to hang out if you want to. And if you're watching this and you're just kind of like, dude, this guy, it doesn't shut up, I'm done. That's okay too. You know, not everybody's cup of tea. Although, word of advice for anybody who doesn't enjoy my stream, don't go to somebody's stream that you don't like and like demand for them to start playing the game right away because you want them to play it now instead of talking. If you don't like their stream, just go to a different stream. And I'm only saying that because I get that a lot. People will come in and be like, dude, just stop talking and play. Go to YouTube. There's Let's Plays with 0 commentary there. You come to the stream for the streamer. Ty, you've missed it both times, so I'm bringing this up for you specifically. I made a specific scene just for you for when I chat. Because now I can chat in this scene, you know, have my camera be much bigger, and if I forget to switch it back, although the chat, I have to make the, let's do that now, because I won't remember, and I'll keep doing it. Where's Restream? There it is. But I've made this scene, so if I don't switch back, you can still see the gameplay. You can still see what's going on in the game and don't have to worry if I am on the wrong scene. You know what I mean? Yeah. I did it because of you. I did it for you. Heck yeah, I did. Heck yeah, I did. Okay, I think that's good. Does it automatically apply it? I don't even know if it automatically applies it. It's supposed to. Oh, I've got to redo the link. That's what it is. That's a weird thing about if you guys use Restream at all. Just a stream tip. If you guys use Restream at all, you can download the Restream chat box, which is great. That way you can have your chat on your desktop. You don't have to have the website open, which is wonderful. But the downside is... Nope, that's the wrong one. Where's my chat box? There it is. The downside is obviously getting it overlaid can sometimes be a bit of a... It's still not see-through. Why? Weird. It should have been. Obviously still not having the chat overlaid. If you do want to overlay it, you can through their app. You do the embed stream, but sometimes it won't actually switch, and you need to almost like recopy the link for it to actually do it. But for some reason, it's not actually doing it. I don't know why it's not coming out see-through. Like I've got it down to 20%, 10% background message opacity, and it's still like not showing. Weird. Okay, well, I'm gonna copy it one more time, do it one more time. If it still doesn't work, then there's nothing I can do. But yeah, the stream tip is make sure you recopy the link, because sometimes it doesn't actually refresh, and recopying the link somehow resets it. I don't know how, but it does. I don't know. It's not working, it seems. Oh well. But anyways, Ty. See? Now you can still see what I'm doing, even if I forget to change the scene. So it's not like horrible. Still not great, but it's not horrible. So I was playing 7 Days to Die. It was pretty crazy. I didn't know what I was doing. There was a lot of death. There was a lot of like me failing constantly. We met the character Miguel in that game, who likes to kill the chickens. I had a really fun time with it, but there was a lot of drama that happened within the community, and I was just getting into the game, and I just didn't feel comfortable streaming content from those devs after kind of seeing them attack a creator that I respect the way that they did. Not really a professional response to being criticized. So I was kind of like, I'm not really comfortable playing their game right now. Like, I don't want to promote their game, so I'm not going to play it. So I stopped. I'm not against their game. I'll probably bring it back, but I've just kind of taken a step away from it. That noise, man. That noise. I didn't nickname it after you. I should. I should call it the Thai scene. I should. I don't, Turtza. I haven't re-enabled my Discord. I still hate Discord. I'm still not a fan of Discord. I just haven't deleted the links and stuff. That's the only thing I need to, that's the next thing I need to really work on, is get rid of all the original artwork that I have on my channel and put new artwork that's going to be more accurate to what's happening on the channel. When it comes to Discord, though, I hate Discord. I'm not a fan of Discord. For those who've been around for a while, you've heard me say it. I don't like Discord. But if I want the channel to grow, I know I need to kind of dance with the devil and just deal with being on Discord. What happened? No, it's still working. Just Restream froze on my window, but that's fine. So I'll probably have to restart my Discord at some point. I'm just not there yet. But I know that if I want to have a community, if I want to have a way to let people know what's going on, you know, if I have to cancel the stream, if it's going to be late, if it's going to be early or whatever, I need a Discord so people can see that. I also need a place for people to be able to hang out with each other that's not necessarily involving me, you know, so that friends can talk to each other and they don't have to wait until the stream or, like, you know, do workarounds to, like, get in contact with each other. So I know I need to. I just haven't gotten around to it. but it'll probably be activated eventually, just not yet. I was talking about 7 Days to Die, main. 7 Days to Die. I know, they might be stealing alphabets. How dare you use the letter R? Don't you know the name Mario from Super Nintendo has an R in it? Did you steal it from Nintendo? Oh, people, man. Friggin' people. They gotta find something to be mad at all the time. All the time. But yeah, so that's kind of where I'm sitting right now when it comes to Discord. I know I have to. I'm just not ready yet. I'm not in a good headspace yet, you know, with everything that's going on. Everything's still fresh. Right? Like, Alana just moved out like 2 weeks ago. My dad just passed away 2 months ago. Like, it's all still really fresh, so I'm not in a great headspace. I'm not in a bad place. Please don't worry. I'm not in a bad place. But I'm not in a great place, right? And Discord already stresses me out. I don't want to add to the stress I already feel by doing something that I know is going to stress me out. So for now, I'm kind of holding off on it. But I will be working on, like, updating the when I'm offline, updating the schedule that shows up on there. I need to film a new demo reel so people can see what the channel is like instead of the one that I have right now, which isn't great quality. It's got some great cutscenes, but it's not great quality. I need to make sure that, you know, I have an easier way for people to kind of know what's going on the channel as well, and just update how the channel looks overall. I got to make the memes so people can use their channel points towards activating memes, so they can have, like, you know, I have a few ideas. I'm going to use some of the old ones. Like, I had one where I would appear on screen and punch myself in the face. I want to do that again. There's a couple of other ones that I want to do. There's a few ideas that I want to activate, and then I want to see about potentially adding a channel point redemption that'll be a jump scare, but it's going to be a very high channel point redemption. That way it can't be used all the time, right? Because my big fear is people are going to use it all the time and kind of ruin the jump scare thing, because there was a while there where people were jump scaring really easily and it lost the scariness for me. Even though they were paying for it, it just kind of lost the scariness. Not fully, but it wasn't as scary as when it's really random. So I don't want to do it by channel points too much, because I'm scared that it's going to be used and spammed all the time. But if I do it, like, really expensively, then I know the person who does it can only do it once, and they've been here for a really long time, so they've earned it. Whereas if it's like 500 points, well, you only got to be around for a little while and you can set it off. But if it's something like, I don't know the numbers, I don't remember what speed they grow at, but let's say it's like 30,000 points. It's going to take hours of you watching to get one free jump scare, but that kind of pushes you to watch, and you get a free jump scare out of it. So it's something that's actually worth it for you. So it's like, those are the things I need to work on. Find things that are going to make it more entertaining for people to hang out. Those memes of, like, me coming up and punching myself in the face, or like having certain things show up on screen, other memes or whatever. I do want to buy new LED strips for the back so you guys can change the colors of my background. That would be really fun to have too. Stuff like that. I want to do stuff like that. It's just going to be rough. The cake animation. Oh my God, I forgot about that. I forgot about the cake thing. Oh my God. Yeah, I got to do that one too. 1 million points. I drive to your house and slap you. There's one person, before I answer your question, random, there's one person that actually has it set up now. I think she has it set to bits and not channel point, where she actually has a little shooter that shoots little, like, ping pong balls at her face. I think that's hilarious. I don't want to steal her idea. I don't want to do it and steal her idea. But I think that's a great idea. That's a hilarious idea. There are times where she gets raided and they're starting to attack her, and you can just see she's trying to catch them, and, like, it's hitting her right in the face. It's pretty funny. That's a really creative idea. So I want to come up with something not that creative, because I'm not that creative. But I do want to come up with something that'll give people a reason to want to watch and participate and feel incentivized, while still having something for bits. Because I don't want to, that's why I want to do the jump scares so expensively, because the jump scares, if it's overdone, it ruins it. But also, if it's not paid, it doesn't feel as special. You know what I mean? And so by having it be paid, it kind of helps drive people, one, to donate. Obviously, I'm not trying to, like, make it rich or do this as a full-time job where I'm going to make a living out of this. But it would be nice to make money to be able to pay for things for the channel. But this gives them, stop it, I keep pushing opposites. But this will give people a reason to donate, and something that's special that you can't really access any other way unless you want to watch for forever, you know? 100,000 points for hot tubs. I should. A foot cam. You see my hairy toesies. Oh, I will be bringing back the quivering tortillas. I might have to re-record it, come up with something new. I don't remember the lyrics to the song. I don't know if I can do the same song though, because Alana wrote those lyrics. So it's a good memory because it's something that I thought was hilarious and really funny. But the good memory includes Alana, and that hurts. So I don't know if I can do that right now. But I might come up with a different quivering tortilla thing. I don't know. I haven't explored everything yet, you know? There's still a lot to go. There's still a lot of things that I have to kind of come up with. Do I take... That's exactly what you search. That's exactly what you search, man. Okay. So, I'm going to assume... How long have I been live? Okay, 3 hours. We're good. I'm going to assume I actually have to go caving. Because every time I found an exit, it leads me to the edge of the cave. I'm going to go caving to continue going deeper into the cave. No, it's okay, Turtza. Nobody really knew that. But yeah, she wrote the lyrics to it. I came up with the joke, and she put the lyrics together and gave them to me. So there's like that connection for me, because her and I used to laugh about it. It was her that pushed me into doing it. Like, I came up with the joke of the quivering tortilla. You make my tortillas quiver. Right? That was my joke. And then she's like, what if you like sing a whole song about it? And I was like, oh my God, could you imagine? And then that song was on the radio. And I'm like, I'm your quivering tortilla. And she's like, you should do that. And so like she sat down and wrote the lyrics, and then she gave them to me. She's like, look, I wrote these lyrics. You should totally do it. And so she used to laugh about it. Every time the song came on, she would turn it up and she would sing the lyrics and everything. So like it was a whole thing. So like even though it was a big channel thing, it was a whole thing between us too. So it's kind of, it's a little bit close for home. Close to home for me, you know. Is there ray tracing in this game? I don't think there is there? Unless there's a mod for ray tracing, but I don't think I have ray tracing turned on. Welcome back, Wizard Gold. Not officially, at least. Yeah, okay, I thought not. Because I didn't see it in the settings. Sorry, I'm just trying to kill some lizards so I can get some lizard armor before we go down there. But yeah, I'm going to come up with some different things just to kind of give people something to do with the points, because right now the points are pretty much useless. There's nothing to my points right now. Which is fine. You know, we're just in the beginning. We're just in the beginning. I got to do a whole bunch of stuff. I want to rework the overlays. Right now I have like the most basic overlays. Basically because I had to redo them on a rush. But I'm going to do new overlays so that they're at a higher resolution and stuff. I need to do a goodbye screen for when I'm leaving, so it's easier. Like it's more clean when I say goodbye to everybody, instead of right now where I disconnect the stream separately and it's kind of broken. Stuff like that. You know, I want to do like a raid screen for when we eventually start raiding again, which the numbers are starting to get up to a point where we may start raiding again. It's just not quite there yet. But like those are the things that I want to do. I still haven't really figured out what to do for raids, mainly because I am on 3 platforms, and Twitch is the only one that really has proper raid support. But if you're on TikTok, you're not going to be part of the raid. If you're on YouTube, you're not going to be part of the raid. So I don't fully know yet what I'm going to do. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff we got to do, you know? I'm sorry, Wizard. I know the feeling. I absolutely know the feeling. Where the heck are the more lizards? They're all like missing. Here, lizard, 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 lizard. Who's old enough to remember that commercial? But yeah, I need to download the, speaking of ray tracing, I need to download the ray tracing patch for Java Minecraft because I love how Minecraft looks with the ray tracing. It's so nice. I figured Brian would at least know. I thought maybe Preston might recognize it if he's watching. He's got a new Xbox, so he might be busy. He might be distracted, and I don't blame him because I would be distracted too. I get so distracted by new toys. How long have I been on TikTok? A little bit over 2 years. No, about 3 years maybe. I actually don't know. About 3 years. It might be a little bit over 2 years. Yeah, I don't know. I made a TikTok account before moving into this apartment, and in June was my 3rd year being here. But I didn't start posting consistently until I was living here and had been here for a few months. So I think it's been about 3 years. Not 100% sure, actually. You quiero Taco Bell. That was such a, like, late 90s, early 2000s thing, but it was so big. Like, that was before things were viral. That was viral. That was such a great commercial style. I miss the 90s, early 2000s commercial style where things were a little bit more edgy. And not edgy in, like, you know, saying edgy things, like edgy with like that punk rock feel. You know what I mean? Everything felt like, you know, 90s, yeah. Like it was so wild. I miss those commercials. They seem like they put more effort in those commercials. Now commercials seem so bland. Like look at the PS3 commercials. If y'all weren't around for those, they were the weirdest friggin' commercials ever. Like there was a PS3 commercial where it's just a baby doll sitting there and it's like zooming into the baby's face and zooming into the PS3 and the baby's making weird noises. And then it just says PlayStation 3. That's it. Like they don't actually try to sell you the console. They were so weird, but like it's like 20 years later and I'm still talking about it. The Pepsi points, man, there were so many weird commercials. I miss those days. Now it's just lazy. Now it's just lazy commercials. I hate it. Capitalism, man. Capitalism is like the death of art. You've been on for like 9 months? Yeah, I've been on for quite a while. Quite a while. But it took me a while to like get the channel to go anywhere. It took about, I'm going to say 6 months for the channel to really start to pick up. But then I found something on my TikTok that worked really, really well. That's where I initially started to blow up. You know, and then a bunch of people took my idea and did the exact same thing. So I kind of moved away from it and then things slowed down. And then I found something else that worked and then it slowed down again. Like it was up and down all the time. And next thing you know, it's been a few years. Dude, you really need to try to sleep. It's not healthy. You should try taking some melatonin. I know you're out in the UK, so I don't know if it's all called the same thing everywhere, but like Gravol, that anti-nausea stuff, that usually has a medication that helps you sleep. It helps you relax and fall asleep. That can help you sleep. I know it's not good to medicate to sleep, but you're kind of going through a rough patch. It's hard to turn your brain off even if you want it to. So sometimes having a little bit of a sleep aid just to kind of get at least one night's rest might be worth it. Yeah, last night I slept okay, surprisingly. It was a broken sleep because my brother wanted to work early this morning to get it over with instead of doing it later tonight. Because we had to get the job done no matter what, because they're open tomorrow, so we needed to do it. But he wanted to get it done and over with early this morning. So we went in at 5 in the morning. But I took a nap from like 2 in the morning till about 4, so I got 2 hours in then. Then I went out and worked with my brother. Wow, I haven't seen a single lizard. I guess there's nothing we can do. Only got a couple of lizard skins, 3. So we went into work. I had a 2-hour nap. I went to work. I came home, fell asleep at around, must have been 7 in the morning. And then I woke up at 1. I texted Preston as soon as I woke up. So I woke up at 1:30. I woke up at 1:30, 1:20. So from, let's be generous, let's say 8 o'clock if I took a bit longer to fall asleep. No, it would have been 7:30. 7:30. So 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. So I slept 6 hours from the end of my shift to me waking up, and I slept 2 hours before going into my shift. So I had a decent amount of sleep in total. but I've been having a lot of nights of like 4 hours of sleep, 5 hours, 3 hours. You know, it's not a very consistent sleep. So I can feel you. I'm still sleeping, but I take melatonin every night. I've got a CPAP machine, like all that helps me go to sleep. But yeah, you need to try to get some sleep. So sleep meds not working on you is not accurate. I went to nursing school, so I'm not saying this just out of nowhere. It's not accurate. Sleep meds work on everybody. It just depends on what the sleep medication is and the reason that you're up. If you have like a physiological reason, then you would never ever sleep. And that's like a really, really severe issue. But the reason that you may feel they don't work on you is because you're not actually putting yourself in the state to sleep. Like you're fighting it. And the sleep medication, there are medications like Gravol, even if you fight it, the drowsiness is there and it's not going to just go away. Melatonin is a little bit different. Melatonin has a very, very short effective range. And the whole point of melatonin is to get you to sleep. It's not to keep you to sleep. So if you kind of force yourself awake during that little window, then you're not going to go to sleep. But something like Gravol, something like NyQuil, something like Benadryl, which is the antihistamine, which you shouldn't take because it's not good for you. Those will make you drowsy and it will last for hours. It's not going to be like a quick little window. It lasts, like you can last anywhere from 4 hours to 12 hours that the drowsiness is there. That is why I won't take them, because I have the opposite effect. I get very sleepy and it will not go away. I can sleep 16 hours if I take Benadryl. But you're probably fighting the need to sleep, which is what makes you feel like it's not working, but they work. Because like if they work on somebody who is mentally not there, like I'm talking like a deep Alzheimer's dementia type of patient who is up all night screaming and it works on them, it works. It's just you're preventing it, not on purpose. I'm not saying you're sitting there going, I'm not going to sleep, but you're preventing it from working because it's down to a chemical level. It's not something that just won't work. It's not like something like coffee. Like coffee, you can take coffee and some people will be up for hours after drinking coffee. Some people have no effect after drinking coffee. I'm the type that doesn't have any effect from drinking coffee. But something that would work with a sleep aid, it's just the level of effect it's going to have on you. Some people will have a very deep effect like I do. I get incredibly drowsy if I take anything like that. Other people will take it and they have like a bit of a feeling. But if you lay down and try to sleep, you'll pass out. Sometimes you get in your own way. You fixate on, I'm not able to sleep. And that is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like because you believe you won't fall asleep, then you don't fall asleep. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to argue with you. I went to medical school, dude. I'm not going to argue with you. But I know I'm right. Again, if you had a physiological reason why you couldn't sleep and the medications didn't work, but then you would never sleep. And then you wouldn't be here complaining that you can't sleep, right? And so I don't mean to be harsh on you, but like everything you've said has been pretty negative. And like my situation is a lot worse than yours, dude. I lost a stepdaughter, right? Like it's a lot worse than a girlfriend. I get it, you live together, but like she was my wife. We were gonna get married. Like we had a kid. I raised her kid. We went through a whole bunch of shit with her. And I'm not sitting here being as negative as you're being. And you've been really negative the whole time. And I appreciate the view and everything. I get it. You're going through a hard time. I'm trying to give you advice. And everything I've said, you've had a negative response. And if I wasn't in your shoes and in a worse position than you are in, maybe I would have a little bit more patience. But what it's coming off with me is like if I just broke my leg and you're coming in and crying about a paper cut. And I'm going, but my leg's broken. You're like, but my paper cut. I get it. It hurts, but like other people also have a lot of pain too. And we're here to have fun, right? So I'm not going to argue with you anymore. That's all I'm going to say. See, caffeine has like no effect. I can have caffeine and I can literally go to bed right away. It's pretty funny, but it's the ADHD thing, right? Like I can take caffeine and it just It doesn't mellow me out, but it doesn't really have an effect. I take caffeine because I like it. Like I like the taste of coffee and stuff. But I've never had that issue. I remember I had friends that were like, oh, you drank coffee, you're going to be up forever. And I'm like, what? I'm going to bed. And it's the same with like my ADHD meds. I'll take my ADHD meds and all they do is put me in a place where I'm like more, would I say not motivated, but like my energy is more consistent. Without the ADHD meds, I found that I was always in the need of a nap. In between naps when I was awake, I was super energetic, but like I would need naps a lot. Now I don't need naps. I can just be at a regular level, but I don't get like hyper after taking ADHD meds. Obviously I focus because that's a big thing. I can really focus after my ADHD meds, but they don't give me a bunch of energy. So when I take coffee, the most it'll do is just kind of, I don't know. I can't really say exactly what it does, you know? Yeah, dude, honestly, like, I'm not going to hold it against you, Wizard. Honestly, like, I'm not going to be, every time you show up, I'm like, oh, dude, you're so negative, I don't want you here. But sometimes you just kind of need to hear how you're coming off, and I get it. You're in a really dark place, and it really sucks. And please reach out for help if you're needing it that bad. Because there are places that will help you, and I know as men, it is very hard to look for help because not everybody's willing to take men's mental health seriously. I'm pretty sure you're the one that brought that up. So I understand that it can be very, very hard to reach out. But sometimes fixating on the negativity makes the negativity worse. Like it makes it more blatant in your face, right? Like I said, my situation sucks. Like Preston is my friend in real life, but he has his own life. He can't be babysitting me. I don't need him to, but he couldn't be babysitting me if I was in a dangerous place. I don't live at home. I don't have friends, like physical friends that I hang out with on a regular basis. I don't have any hobbies. I don't do anything. I work night shift and I work with my brother, but like we do our own thing while we're working. So there's no other employees for me to kind of shoot the shit with and kind of, you know, distract myself with. I'm by myself all day, like alone all day. Today I hung out with Preston for a few hours, but yesterday I didn't see a single person all day. Today I saw my brother early in the morning. I was with Preston, but I'm not going to see anybody until tomorrow when I go into work. And not seeing anybody, also not talking to anybody. Like I'll be in silence for the next 12 hours easy. And on my weekends off, I will go a full day without saying a word to a single person or like texting anybody. It'll be complete silence. So like it can get very, very dark if I fixate on what's happening, right? And it again, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like you're almost driving yourself down that spiral by fixating on it. So I'm not saying it in the sense of like you're not welcome here because you know you're being a horrible person, anything like that. Not at all. It's just sometimes you need to hear how focused you are on something to maybe kind of kick you in the butt and be like, okay, no, I need to attempt to not be focused on it. Because like I said, my life sucks right now. You know, having your dad suddenly die out of nowhere really sucks. Especially when, you know, a few weeks beforehand, your landlord's saying he wants you to move out because he wants to rent this place out to somebody else for more money. So he's kind of nagging you about it. And then your ex is telling you that they're leaving with your kid that you helped raise, that you have no legal right to, so I never will get to see her again. You know, I'm never going to be dad again. So it sucks. My life sucks right now. My viewership count is down. My finances have taken a real big nosedive. My life sucks. But I'm not fixating on it. I'll talk about it openly because I don't want to keep things in. But I'm doing stuff to keep myself busy. You know, I spent all day the day before yesterday setting up a stream and working on my lights and making videos and stuff like that. You know, I'll cook a fancy meal even if it's just for me. And it's kind of lonely at the end when I'm sitting at the dinner table alone eating it. But like I'm keeping myself doing things because if I just sat in the dark thinking about how sad I feel, thinking about how much I'm thinking about them, then I would just spiral into that complete depression. And if I'm in bed and I'm finding that that's what's happening, because it happens, there are nights where I'm sitting there. I've been alone now for 2.5 weeks. I'll be sitting in the dark and I'm just about to fall asleep and a memory will pop in and then all of a sudden I feel really emotional. I feel really crappy. I'll lay there for a bit watching a video. If I can't get to sleep because my mind is going a mile a minute, I'll get up and do something to keep myself busy, to keep my brain shut off. And it's helpful because sitting there wallowing all the time will now make that have more power on you, which then makes you want to wallow more. And it just continues down that downward spiral until eventually you're in such a deep hole that you don't know what to do to get out anymore, right? I'm not saying ignore the feelings because you're supposed to mourn. You're supposed to feel bad. But sometimes coming to a stream, it's to shut your brain off and not think about that negative stuff and just kind of hang out. And if you're not up for talking, you don't have to. You can just literally listen to me jabber on for an hour, right? Because I know that there are moments, like there are things right now that I don't want to implement on my channel because I know my reaction will be negative. Because I'm in a negative place. Like I had a whole conversation with Turtsa about Elden Ring. And Elden Ring is a game that a lot of people love. I'm not a big fan. But my response right now is ultra negative about it. Even though I may not really feel as negative as I've said. But I'm in a really negative place in my life right now. So I'm much more negative in my reactions. So I know I'm not going to do certain things to not elicit more negativity than I already have to deal with, right? So that's all I'm trying to say. You're more than welcome to hang out, and I'm not going to hold it against you. But I will call you out, especially because I'm in the same shoes as you, right? And I'm trying to not think about it. But the more you talk about it, the more I think about it, and I don't want to. I'm trying to just enjoy my time playing a dumb game of a bunch of naked people trying to eat me. And that wasn't a kinky thing, although... All right, Ty, see you later. Have fun. Have fun. Yeah, Wizard, I hope you get some sleep. I hope you get some sleep, man. But yeah, you know, Random Moo, the big thing that's helped me is I've been in the really negative side, you know, with the girl that I was living with for like a year, and we were engaged and everything. And when I lost her, that was hard. That was really hard. You know, I was in Wizard's shoes. I was there. The wallowing, the not being able to sleep, the not being able to eat. I got skinny. Like I got really skinny. Because I couldn't eat. I couldn't force myself to even like, they're all raw. I didn't bring a cooked one because I'm an idiot. Because I couldn't bring myself to eat. I was so depressed. But I also didn't help myself. I allowed the depression to keep going and going and going, and it was just not a good cycle. This time around, I knew that I needed to make a change in my own perspective of what was going on. Again, I'm still probably not dealing with it in the best way possible, but I'm doing what I can, right? And one of the things that I've made as a goal for myself is to do things to make myself to improve myself is what I'm trying to say. I still have, you know, personality things I got to deal with, and I don't know if I'm ready to face those yet because it's kind of hard sometimes to deal with being a crappy person. But there are things that I'm working on, you know, like I did the whole hair care thing to help my self-esteem. I've been doing a bunch of facial care to take care of my skin. I've been trying to eat healthier. I need to start working out. I haven't gotten there yet, but you know, I'm trying to do things to better myself. And that has helped me kind of cope with this whole situation better because I know that I'm doing things to better myself outside of what's negative in my life. And that helps me feel more positive of the other things in my life, you know? But I've been there. I've felt that despair. And I still partially feel that despair. I still partially feel really devastated about things that are going on because you're going to no matter what, right? Loss is loss, and it's stupid if people tell you just ignore it, you know, just move on. You're not going to. But there are things that you also have to kind of put in the effort, right? It's kind of like that whole incel thing, the whole incel community where they'll fixate on they can't find a girlfriend. And by constantly fixating on not finding a girlfriend, they come off as more desperate, which makes them not get a girlfriend, which then makes them fixate more on not having a girlfriend. And it's just like they make their own assertion come true because that's all they're talking about. Sometimes you just got to get out of there and stop thinking about every woman as a potential girlfriend. Sometimes you just need to hang out with people and then you might meet somebody, right? One of my friends finds women so quickly. And like, it helps that he's really good looking. You know, I wish I was as good looking as him. He's also really likable. I'm really socially awkward, but he's also always out there doing stuff. And he's not thinking of every girl he meets as his next girlfriend. He's instead just like, this is just a cool person that I'm talking to. That's all it is. But that's how he wins them over. So it's like, it's very, very self-fulfilling with negative things like that. So I'm trying my best not to fall into that. And there are days where I struggle. There are days where it really sucks, you know? I also know it's temporary. And overall, I feel okay. I think the hardest part is when I'm completely alone and in silence, and I'm up at like 3 in the morning and all my friends are asleep and I've got nobody to text just to like talk about, I don't know, apples with. Those moments are hard. Those moments kind of suck because I'm like, damn, I just want to talk to somebody, get distracted a little bit. But then I find something to do. I'll start drawing, or I'll, you know, work on my stream stuff or whatever, you know, I'll come up with something. Yeah, Random Moo. I think it's very easy to assume, and I don't, again, my wording is not always the best. It's very easy to assume, is the only word, but I don't mean it like you were assuming things about me. But it's very common in our society that if a man goes through a breakup, he's going to be in like a self-harm mindset, in a super deep, let me get drunk all day long, listen to sad music and all that kind of stuff, in that kind of mindset. It's kind of hard to believe somebody saying they're okay because men always have to say they're okay, even if they're not. So when a man says he's okay, you're not always sure if they're actually okay. Do you know what I mean? But I'm doing everything that I can to help myself. I mean, what really helped was getting the ADHD diagnosis before any of this ever happened, which it was just sheer dumb luck on my side. I started looking at diagnoses about that, and then the doctor helped me and I got diagnosed, and I started using that because we were trying to, like, I've dealt with clinical depression for most of my life, honestly. And I don't think this is where I want to go. I think I'm going the wrong way. This doesn't seem the right way. I think I went the wrong way. Crap. We might have to go back. I've dealt with clinical depression most of my life, and none of the medications ever did anything. They never really helped. They just gave me bad side effects. One medication gave me enough of a feeling where I was like, okay, I feel pretty average. I don't feel good, but I feel average, you know? And I didn't want to feel average. I wanted to feel good. And so that kind of was a bit of a disappointment. So eventually, through, you know, going to medical school, like going to nursing school, having my daughter who has ADHD and stuff, I learned a lot about ADHD, and I realized a lot of my symptoms really crossed over with ADHD, and depression can be a part of ADHD. So we tried to approach it that way, and it worked. I finally got to a place where I was okay. Like, I wasn't just perpetually sad. Instead, I was just neutral. I was kind of like, I don't feel sad. I'm not feeling overly happy either. I can go to be feeling overly happy if I'm having a good day, but I can also just go down and feel sad too. Whereas before I was always sad, and on a good day I would feel okay. Now it's like, no, I can feel happy and I can feel sad. So just by fluke, I was able to start off on a even keel, which helps. But because of that, I wanted to better the way that I look, better the way that I feel about myself, and like my own self-esteem and my own self-worth. And so I've worked with all that. So even though there are parts of me that still feel worthless, you know, like having a person leave you, it's hard not to feel worthless, right? It's hard to feel like, well, I'm not lovable then. But that's a natural feeling, and that's okay. I'm allowed to feel that. But I know that I am worth something. I'm just not worth something to her, but I'm worth something to somebody else. So that helps, you know, in the long run. It's interesting. It's really interesting. That's good, Maine. That's very good. Yeah, it's very quickly passed on to kids, so it's very good that you don't have that. And sometimes watching somebody else go through it almost puts you in the mindset not to want to go there, so you can... Not that you can, like, prevent it, because you can just fix it by fixing your mindset, but, like, it almost allows you to have a bit more patience with yourself, which then allows you to kind of deal with circumstances in a better way that don't give you that down spiral. You know what I mean? That male bravado. Exactly, Brian. That's the thing. There's one thing to be said about feeling sad and not wanting to let people know how sad you feel. Like, maybe you don't want to cry in front of people out of just sheer embarrassment, or you don't want to, like, burden somebody with how you're feeling. That's fine, you know, that's a human trait. We don't want to have that moment of weakness in front of anybody, because humans just want to be liked, right? At the same time, it's okay to admit that you're not doing okay. It's okay to admit you're having a bit of a hard day or a hard time or whatever. You know, like I'm not doing great, but I shouldn't be, right? Like it's not like I'm living a life that would be easy for anybody to handle. It would be hard for anybody. So I'm not okay, but I am okay in relation to what I should be feeling for what's going on in my life, you know? So I'm happy with that. I'm happy knowing that I'm okay because I'm justifiably sad. I'm justifiably struggling a little bit. Who wouldn't be? But I also know that I'm not in a place where like everything is the end of the world and I don't want to see anybody or I don't want to get up and shower. No, I like getting up, doing my hair. I feel like I look good in front of the mirror. You know, I go to work and sometimes I catch myself in one of the big mirrors at work and I'm like, hey, you know what? I've lost a little bit of weight. I'm looking pretty good. Making my content, seeing my numbers go up, like 9 right now on YouTube and Twitch, 3 on TikTok. Earlier it was 5 on TikTok and 16, or not 16, 5 on TikTok and 11 on Twitch, Twitch and YouTube. I feel good about that, you know, and it's all in relation to each other, all proportional, you know? Oh, we're shivering. We're shivering. I guess I just repaired it, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, the big thing with things like ADHD, depression, all that kind of stuff with medications is they work, but they just work differently in different people. 1, based on their biology. 2, a part of it is genuinely down to like what it is that the side effect is. There are always going to be side effects to everything. And sometimes the side effect is not very pleasurable, but it is a side effect that will go away eventually. It's just really hard to get to the point of them going away. You know what I mean? It's not fun when you're dealing with, like I took one that's very common for people with depression and ADHD, that has a stimulant in it, but it is an ADHD, it is an antidepressive medication. And I took it and I had major rage issues with it. I didn't like it. I didn't like how angry I was getting with it. So we got off of it pretty quick because it wasn't just like I'm irritable. Like it was like I wanted to punch holes in the wall. And I'm not a very aggressive person. I have a short temper. I'm not a very aggressive person though. I'm the kind of person that when I get mad, I just shut down and stop talking. I'm not one that starts yelling and screaming and arguing with people. Rarely. I will. I have been more like that now, but it's more, I feel like I am valuable and my opinion matters. So if you're going to try to put me down, I'm going to stand up to you. It's more that kind of mentality that I go with now. Not so much I'm mad at you and I want to punch you in the face. But when I was taking that one medication, I felt I want to punch you in the face and I don't like that. So my doctor agreed we should get off of it. I took a different ADHD medication and it did a good job, but I had a really bad reaction with my heart. I have heart issues. And then I got on this one. Now this one is not the ideal medication, sadly. It's actually not doing what we would have wanted. The first one was a much better ADHD medication for me. It was much more successful about the heart issue. So it's kind of, we got to pick the lesser of two evils. So this one doesn't give me as much of a heart issue, but it also doesn't give me as much of a good outcome. But it's put me in a place where I am leveled out. Now, with that, I do have one physical side effect that isn't good, and it's kind of hard to deal with sometimes, is I'm feeling it right now. It doesn't always happen, but it does happen sometimes. I feel almost tingly. I don't know how to describe it. It's almost like I have been out with people and maybe I had like a beer, a little bit of that like buzzed feeling, but just like a light buzzed feeling. But not happy buzzed. It's just that like the negative part of being drunk. You know, when you feel kind of like, I don't feel well. Or the feeling like when you're just about to get sick and your body just kind of aches and you just feel kind of out of it. That's what I get sometimes. And that part sucks, right? And I don't like that feeling. It's the same feeling that you would get with withdrawal. But that once in a while feeling is a far better issue for me than when I was not on ADHD meds. And I was dealing with constantly feeling depressed, having a hard time focusing, having zero motivation for anything, having naps all the time because I was always so tired. getting overwhelmed when I had a list of things to do and not being able to think of how to do them. All of that was a huge deal for me. You know, or I'd be in the middle of doing something and I would have to stop and I'd be like, I don't remember why I was doing this. That really sucked. So feeling a little bit weird once in a while, I'll deal with it if I can feel focused, if I can feel like I'm actually getting things done throughout the day, if I can make it through the day without needing a nap, you know? So sometimes you have to almost accept that there's gonna be some negative with whatever you take, but look at the bigger picture on whether it's a positive. That being said, sometimes you're gonna have to try 6 or 7 medications to even find one that's remotely okay. Because ADHD medications, depressive medications, antidepressive medications are very, very hard to figure out. They're not all, hey, what the heck? What? They're not always the best experience. You know what I mean? No worries, Moo. I will be here. I will be here. I don't know why, but whenever I do have something going on, that can be depressed. I have this spider in the corner of my room. I don't know. I just like to watch it. All right, Maine. See you later. Have yourself a good night. Thank you for being here. But yeah, you know, it's not easy. I think the big problem that a lot of people run into when they're looking at like ADHD meds, depression meds, anxiety meds, even something like if you have bipolar, those kind of meds. A big part of it is some people think that once you start taking it and you feel better, you're fixed and you don't need to take it anymore. And the thing is, once you start taking them, you got to take them for life. Like, it's a lifelong thing. You have to accept that. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, I have to take blood pressure medications for the rest of my life. Will I die without them? No. But I'm going to die a hell of a lot sooner. Now, if I don't take my blood pressure medications, instead of living to 70, hopefully, I'm going to live to 60. And I'll have a massive heart attack and die. I don't want that. I'm going to take the medications to give myself as best of a chance as I can. The ADHD medications. I'm going to have to take them forever. If I stop, sure, I can live my life, but I'm going to have a hard time focusing and like concentrating and having motivation, and I don't want that again. And some people do think that they're fixed once they are on the medications, and that's not always the case. You know, sometimes you gotta keep taking them, and sometimes you gotta take a couple of them to get all the results that you want, and that's okay too. But and the other part of it is a lot of people don't like to go through the journey of, I have to take all these different medications that I'm gonna have bad reactions to, that I'm gonna have a hard time with. One might never let me sleep. One might make me sleepy all the time. One might make me really depressed. One might make me way too hyper and happy. But sometimes they're temporary, and you can just move on once they're in your system and you're kind of used to them. But a lot of people don't want to go through the bad to get to the part that feels better. Oh, I can't take it? That's kind of lame. I thought I could take it. Wait, can I? I don't think I can grab water, can I? Why can't I grab water? Like, it's so lame. Give me water. I'm like standing right here, dude. Like, gotta use my good water, I guess. No worries, Wizard God. Wizard Gold, no worries. Oops. I puked. I ate something gross. Oh no, Turtsa, that's the worst! Welcome back, Moo. Welcome back. Welcome back. That's the worst. I hate that. Oh man, I'm klutzy. I do stuff like that all the time. I spilt a coffee on one of the mice that I got sent to me for a collab. It's a pretty decent gaming mouse. I'm not a fan of the gaming mice because I don't play first-person shooters. But it was a pretty decent mouse. It was kind of expensive. It was like 120 bucks. It was a nice collab. And then I spilt my coffee on it. I was able to clean up most of it, but my middle wheel mouse button, I can't click it in. It's sticky. It doesn't click. I have to press it really hard for it to actually activate like I've clicked it. Kind of disappointing. Kind of heartbroken. But yeah, I'm klutzy. I feel your pain, man. I feel your pain. Thank goodness that you have it under control, though. Oh man, I've been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes. I'm starting to get hungry too. Oh, I didn't pull any meat. What the hell am I gonna have for dinner tonight? The heck can I have for dinner? Am I feeling lazy? Should I make hot dogs and be just lazy? Maybe I'll be lazy and have hot dogs. I have one of those little, like, I don't know if you've seen them anywhere before, but they sell this toaster that is made for hot dogs. So it's got like 2 little slits to put the hot dogs in. And then it's got 2 weird rounded sections that you can put the hot dog bun in, and you pop it down and it cooks the hot dog. And it doesn't work great. It burns the buns before it cooks the hot dogs. So it's not the best. But it makes it so easy because, like, I just put the hot dogs in once, let it run one through, and then I put it in a second time with the bread so the bread toasts a little bit. And like in 5 minutes, I got my hot dogs ready to go. It's made me so lazy for cooking. I might do that. Oh, I might do that. I'm even like mouth watering. I want some hot dogs now. Yeah, but I'm lazy all the time when it comes to food. And that's how I gained as much weight as I did, because I got way too lazy with food. I've never been one to order out. I do order out, but I've never been one to like my brother, they order in food a lot. His wife doesn't cook very often. My brother doesn't cook very often. So they're ordering food all the time. We were more like, we might order pizza once a week as like a lazy meal. But we always cooked stuff. But I'm one of those, like, I'm lazy. I'm just going to have like something easy, microwavable, which is never the healthiest option. Or if I'm out at work, I'll eat fast food, which isn't good. But I've lost quite a bit of weight. You know, I've lost about, it's like 40 pounds I've lost. 38 pounds I've lost, which is pretty good. That's close to like 15 kilos. A little bit over 15 kilos I've lost, which is pretty good. None of it done through starving myself or anything. I just got more active. That's all it was. I just got a little bit more active. I started walking more. But I still eat a lot of really gross fast food. So not exactly the healthiest. But now I'm not eating as much fast food. I was eating Burger King or McDonald's every time I was at work. So 5 days a week I was having fast food. This week I had Burger King like 3 nights ago. And I had Tim Hortons twice. But both of them were like the breakfast meals. So it was like a little sausage with an egg. On like a little piece of biscuit. So not like a burger with fries and a pop. So a little bit healthier than a burger. But like that's a lot better than what I was doing before. So I'm probably going to lose some more weight. So I'm definitely very lazy when it comes to food. I do like cooking though. I don't want to cook after the stream. Because I didn't pull anything, so everything's frozen. And then that means I'm going to have to wait longer to start cooking. And everything I cook takes 40 minutes or so. So I'm going to look for like a 2-hour wait before I can even eat. I'm hungry, so I might as well just be lazy and eat hot dogs. That's my logic. Yeah, you know, I think I would reframe my mentality a little bit with the Instagram thing. Only because that is making you reliant on outside acceptance for your own reassurance. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like you're relying on somebody else to make you feel better, and that's not necessarily the best way to approach when you're kind of feeling down. Now, going out for a walk, hanging out with friends, that's different. You're not expecting them to make you feel better, but they're helping you feel better by hanging out with you. But the whole Instagram thing, the only reason I say maybe reframe that a bit is because just as easily as people can show you a positive response to your Instagram photo or whatever, they can show you a negative response. And if you're already kind of in a crappy place, having somebody come up and tell you that your photo sucks is definitely not the best situation. You don't really want to have that happen to you when you're already feeling kind of crappy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Or if you don't get a response at all. Yeah, that's another big one. All right, Mr. Random Moose, see you later. Thank you for hanging out with me. I really appreciate you being here and spending time with us. But yeah, it can really mess with you. It can really mess with you. That is, I didn't even think about that one, and Turtle's right. Yeah, when you do something and nobody responds, that can almost be worse than somebody negatively responding. I know that feeling. I definitely know that feeling. Okay. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I'm not asking for help. Clarifying. Not asking for help. You know what? I think we'll leave it there, and we will We will hunt again next time. This game's so good. It's so good. I'm not completely done yet. I want to chat for a few minutes and then we'll go. Exactly. That's the most important thing. Like am I in focus? I think I'm in focus. I don't even know actually. Oh, stupid screen tearing. I am in that process right now, right? Of like being happy with myself and the things I'm doing in my life. Am I like happy with myself? No, of course not. There are things that I want to change that I wish that I could do right now, or that I like don't like, that I feel insecure about, that I wish I could address. And it's going to take time, right? But I'm happy with the effort I'm making, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like I have lost some weight. I'm still losing weight all through like changing my diet and doing a little bit more physical stuff. So I'm not like out there exercising. I'm not going to a gym. I'm not, you know, taking any kind of supplements or anything that could make me really go a far way. I'm also not doing anything negative like starving myself or, you know, being afraid of eating or like staring at myself in the mirror all the time or weighing myself. I haven't weighed myself in months. But I can see it in the clothing I'm wearing, right? Like this is a large shirt, but it's loose. I went and bought a medium shirt and it fits me perfect. When before medium fit me way too tight and large was fitting me proper. Even like slightly like proper but slim fitting. But now like I'm wearing large and it's loose. It's like I can see that it's working, right? But I'm happy with the fact that, you know what? No, I'm drinking more water. I'm eating less fast food and I'm more physical. So I'm happy with that. So I'm happy with myself there. I also am happy with like accepting that I'm okay to be sad. I'm happy with the effort I've done in my skincare routine. I hate my nose and how it looks, but I'm happy with the results that I have. So even though I'm insecure about my nose, I am very happy with where I've brought myself. So like I'm looking at the happy part of it. I'm happy with my hair. That's been a huge one. A lot of guys are really insecure about their hair. I'm so happy that I made the decision that I did and that it's something that I enjoy and I can take pride in, and I can, you know, do my hair and I feel like I have a good hair day. I have bad hair days. I can look good. I can try new hairstyles. Like that's a really good thing that I feel in like secure about myself with. So like there's those positives, right? And so if I am in that progress of like I'm enjoying the effort I'm putting in, what I'm doing, the results I'm getting from the effort that I'm putting in, it makes it easier for other people to want to be around me. It makes it easier for me to be more of an enjoyable presence for other people. I'm still working on it. Like I said, I'm still pretty negative about some things, but it's justified. But I feel that I'm more in tune with what my own ideals and expectations are, and I'm not like fully dreaming. I'm kind of setting some lofty goals, but not being completely naive either, right? Buckmain, hello, how you doing? Welcome. How are you? Welcome. Exactly, Buckmain. Exactly. You just got to do it for yourself. But you know, like when I first started streaming, like I'll go even further back. When I got into theater school, I remember I had to do an interview, and I got offered a position at the school at my interview. Like it wasn't normally you audition, you take an interview, and then like a month later they send you the letter if you've been accepted or not. I got offered a position right then and there. So I was very, very proud of myself for having done that. And one of the questions that I got in the interview was, why do you want to be an actor? Right? Because they're looking for your answer to see if this is really going to be the right field for you, because acting is not easy. Not just the skill part, but like the emotional part really sucks. When you audition and you give it your all and you get told no, it really sucks. Or like I had dinner with a director once. I bring this up all the time because this is one of the only experiences that I had where I was really pursuing my acting. I haven't done it in years, so I don't have many more experiences anymore. But where I was having dinner with a director and we were talking, and then he's like, you know, what's a dream role you have? I'm like, I would love to be Tony in West Side Story. I was in my 20s. I was younger. I wouldn't be able to be Tony now. And he's like, oh yeah, you'll never play Tony. I'm like, I know, I'm not a dancer. I'm like, you have to be a jazz dancer to really do that show. He's like, oh no, you can fake dancing. He's like, you could take a few lessons and fake dancing because you're just too ugly. But he didn't mean it as an insult. Like he wasn't saying to call me ugly. He was just being really blunt that in acting, a big part of the acting world is what you sell yourself as. And like, I'm not going to walk into an audition with like a 19-year-old and try to audition against him because I don't look 19. I'm not a 19-year-old kid with like the broom haircut. I'm not going to go in and audition for like CJ from Grand Theft Auto because that's not, I won't play that. I won't fit that role, right? So like you have to know what you bring to the table. Like I had a classmate once that was auditioning for King Lear, who is supposed to be like 100 years old, and the dude was 18 and he looked older than his age, but not 100. You wouldn't audition at 18 for a 100-year-old character. He said, but I love this role, but that's not what you sell as, right? So you don't audition that way. And so what he was telling me was like somebody like Tony, who is the lead of West Side Story, is supposed to be the heartthrob. He's supposed to be the guy that when he walks into the room, all the girls understand why Maria fell in love with him, and they're going to be just in love with him, and that's what you're supposed to sell. I walk into a room and I'm average in every way, right? Like I'm not ugly, but I'm not like this great looking dude that walks into a room and girls go, oh my God. I just walk in and they're like, oh. And some people might go, oh, he's kind of cute, but that's it. So he's like, you'll never be Tony. You're too ugly. You'll be like the best friend. And so it's not for everybody. So when they ask me why I wanted to be an actor, one of the reasons they ask is because some people are like, oh, because I want to be famous, or oh, because it's the only thing I'm good at. Those aren't good reasons, and you're going to really suffer when you go into auditions and they tell you you're too fat or you're too tall or you're too short or whatever. And it really sucks. So that was one of the questions. And my response at the time, the reason I'm telling you all this, it all ties together with what I was saying originally. The reason I'm saying this is because when he asked me, my response was, I feel like I'm destined to do something that will make people remember me, because I have this need to entertain and this need to tell stories and to give people something to connect to. And that's why I feel like I need to act, because I need to find a way to be that thing. I feel like I'm destined for something big. And that's a pretty lofty goal, right? The reason I'm bringing it up is that I had that really lofty goal that I wanted. It was kind of a way of saying I want to be famous, but it was more like I want to do something that's going to impact the world, and that I want the world to benefit from me having done this. Not because I want to be famous, but because I want to say I did something that really impacted other people. Right? That's a really lofty goal. Almost nobody makes it to that level. Then when I started streaming, still kind of a lofty goal, I was like, I want to be a full-time streamer. I'm going to do this. I'm going to treat it like a business. I'm going to treat it like a job, a show, that I want people to come and watch my show. I want to like be able to work with Nintendo and be able to work with Ubisoft and like have people look up to me and be like, wow, he's a streamer. He did it. Like the next generation of actor. Cool. Still a lofty goal, because not everybody makes it to there, and very much of a dreamer state. And sometimes you make mistakes when you're thinking as a dreamer and you're not thinking legitimately. This time around, I've been trying to be much more down to earth. I do have lofty goals. I would like to make it to the point where I have like 40 or 50 concurrent viewers. I would like to make it so the stream pays for itself 100%, right? Not everybody makes it there, but it's also something that can be achieved by a lot of people, right? Like 50, 60 viewers is a lot, but it's not an insane number. I've been there before. I can do it again. I also want to set goals that I can achieve on my own and not rely on other people to do it. So like my latest goal was stream 5 days a week for about 4 or 5 hours of stream. And I'm doing it. We are at 3 hours and 55 minutes. I'm doing it, right? That's something I can achieve. I also know that will have an outcome, which the outcome will be more viewers. So I'm not setting a goal of this many viewers, really. I'm setting a goal of this is what I'm going to put in. And as a result, that's what's going to happen from it, right? So you have to almost find a way to be happy with what you're doing and who you are and what you can achieve and what you can't achieve, and be okay with not achieving the things that maybe you want to achieve, but find ways to achieve things that'll make you happy, right? Like I could, but I probably will never have a six-pack. I'll never be like Preston. Preston is like, you guys have never, he's been on stream before, but you guys have never really seen him, but he's like this really fit guy, not like muscle head, six, like packing veins everywhere that looks like if you like poke him with a needle, he's going to bleed out. Not like that. He's just fit. He's a healthy, fit guy. I'll probably never look like Preston. I don't have the determination for that. I don't have the willpower. I don't have the self-discipline that Preston has. So I'll never get there. That being said, I'm happy with the fact that I can lose weight and that I can be healthy. I would be happy with that. Now, would I like to have a nice body with a six-pack? Absolutely. Am I going to try? Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But there's nothing wrong with knowing I will never be like Preston. That's okay. I have a more realistic expectation. Just like with the stream. I could be saying, I want to be Twitch partner, do this full time, have like 1,000 viewers, be the next XQC. Sure, that's a real nice goal, but am I ever going to get there? There's a really good chance I won't. And not because I'm not worthy of it, but maybe I just don't have the right mindset. Maybe I just don't have the right training. Maybe I don't have the right personality. Maybe I don't hit the right niche that would get me there. Maybe I'm not dedicated enough, right? Those are all things that are on me and nobody else. That I could maybe change, or that some things I just can't change, and that's okay. But 40 to 60 viewers per stream, that's attainable. That can be done. You know, it's not enough to make a living as a streamer, but it's enough to have a good concurrent viewer count, and maybe have enough people that donate to pay for stuff for the stream, and maybe go out and do events and stuff. You know, that's doable. It's realistic. It's a bit of a high bar, but it's realistic. But I'm happy knowing that I'm doing it, right? I could look at my numbers right now and be like, man, there's only 9 people watching on one and 5 on the other. And a lot of people get down on that. They're like, yeah, I only had 5. I'll have commenters that'll come in and be like, dude, you only have 5 people watching you. Why are you even doing it? Right? Edgelords trying to be edgy. But I'm happy with the fact that I was recently streaming to 3 people in total. Right? So you got to find your own expectations and your own goals and rely on yourself for your own self-fulfillment before you can rely on other people for self-fulfillment. If I was relying on other people liking my TikToks and watching my videos and watching my streams to make me feel better, it does make me feel better. Don't get me wrong. I love when I, do a video and I don't check TikTok for a day and I come back and it's like 75,000 views. It's like, holy crap, that's awesome. Or my alerts are like 99. It's like, oh man, people are like really commenting. That makes me feel so good. That video's doing well. Sure, that feels great. But when I open up my TikTok, and yesterday it was at 143,000 followers, and then today it's at 142,000, and then I open it tomorrow and it's 141,000. That only doesn't just suck. If I'm already in a low place, it really hurts, and it actually makes it worse. So, or I put in a bunch of effort in a video, like the video where I was doing the, again, any freaking edgelord loser that is listening to this, it's an example. I did a video where I was like, hey guys, you want to make your background look blurry and look more professional? Here's a simple tip. I made a video about it. That's all it was. And then to have somebody dig on my nose, it really sucks, because I'm like, it's not so much the comment that they made, but it's like, man, I put a lot of effort into that video. And that's what you fixated on? Like, what? That can really suck, because I'm relying on somebody else to make me feel better. And that shouldn't be the case. Whereas like I am finding the things that make me feel better with things that I can control and that I can do and I can achieve myself. And so when I'm hanging out with Preston, he's not making me feel better because I'm wanting him to make me feel better. He's making me feel better just because I'm spending time with a friend. And that's all it is. It's just hanging out with somebody. So whether I was in the position I'm in or not, I would still feel better at the end of hanging out with him just because I hung out with a friend and had a good time. The way that you would feel better going to the movies, whether or not you're in a really sad place or your life is the best ever, you come out feeling better because you're like, I just had a really good time. And that's what my friends are doing, where like they're just there for somebody to just like have conversation with, hang out, and just like share life with. But my own happiness is coming from me and doing the things I want to do. I'm putting myself out there with auditions, but I have a very tapered expectation because I haven't been acting in a really long time. I did a couple of shows right before COVID, but before that, it had been years since I had done anything. And so I'm out of practice. I don't sing really, so my voice is completely shot. My acting choices may not be the best. Now, I don't know for sure if that's the case or not, because the last audition that I got rejected for, the director is somebody who doesn't like me. So I don't know if she rejected me because she doesn't like me, or if my audition was so bad that she rejected me. But either way, like, I know I'm not up to what I used to be. I used to be very, very naturally skilled. I'm not there anymore because I'm out of practice. But I'm putting myself out there because I enjoy auditioning. I enjoy doing shows. I enjoy meeting other people. So I'm putting myself out there because I know that that brings me happiness. I'm not putting myself out there because I'm hoping that I'll meet somebody that'll make me feel better. I'm putting myself out there because I enjoy just being out there. But I also know that I'm going to get rejected, but I'm not relying on the acceptance to be my happiness. It's the fact that I'm doing it that's making me happy, because I've always wanted to be an actor, and it's what I've always pursued until life kind of got in the way. And now that I have the freedom, I'm pursuing it again. I know I'm too old to get back in there and expect to be a professional actor, but you know, if I could do a couple of semi-pro things, maybe do some voiceover work for like a small indie dev or something. But the act of doing it is what's making me happy. It's not the success or failure of it. It's just doing it that's making me happy, because I'm saying, you know what, I'm doing it. Even if I'm failing and I get nowhere, I'm not expecting to get anywhere, but I'm out there doing it. I'm out there just enjoying it. And so that brings me fulfillment. And that's what you need to do, because relying on other people to make you happy is how you end up in like toxic relationships, whether it's friendships or romantic relationships. You end up in a toxic relationship because you rely on them, and then you're afraid to find your worth, and they can abuse you for it. And then it's like, it's worse because they can take advantage of it because you need them for happiness. And I've been there. I've dated girls that's exactly what it was. I was looking for their acceptance of me, and that made me feel like I was worth it. And so by the time I met Alana, I had kind of burnt that out already, and I was at a point where I was like, if you want to be with me, great. If you don't want to be with me, great. You know, I especially back then, I was good looking enough that I was like, I can meet another woman if I need to. Like, if you're not interested in me, I'll meet another woman. Now, I don't really want to meet another woman just because I'm not ready. I don't want to be with somebody else. But it's not because I feel like I'm not good enough for another woman. Although I do feel kind of old and, you know, out of shape and stuff, and I play video games, so not exactly the most attractive for women. But the point is, I'm not looking to have one other person make me feel worthwhile. I feel worthwhile on my own, right? It's really unhealthy to have other people, whether it's like making friends with them or just getting them to like something you did. It's not a good route to go to. It's a very easy fix, an instant gratification, but it didn't actually address anything. It's kind of like drinking to get past sadness. Sure, you drink and you don't feel the sadness anymore, but you're not actually addressing what's happening. So then when you are sober again, you're back in that sad state. So then you want to drink again to get rid of that pain again, but you haven't addressed what's happened. So like, you have to find different ways to kind of find that. And it takes time. Like I said, you're allowed to mourn. You're allowed to have those moments of like, I don't want to. That's fine too, right? But you need to kind of realize that that is the goal you're heading towards, because if you don't get there, even if you get to a point where you're no longer sad all the time and you're able to sleep and eat and everything's okay, but you've done it through relying on other people, you will end up in another relationship where you are going to rely on that person for everything, and you won't be able to stand on your own. And either they will become very toxic towards you and be very, you know, abusive in ways that maybe they're not meaning to be, but they can kind of just get away with it because you'll always be there, or you're going to be too much for them, and then you're going to be toxic to them that way because you're going to rely on them for everything and guilt them every time they do something that hurts your feelings. And that's not fair to that person either. And then you'll never be happy, right? There's a lot of layers to it. There's a lot of layers, but you're young. It's your first girlfriend. It's very, very hard. It's very, very hard to really see that that's going to happen. Because like I said, I've been there. Oh God, have I ever been there? It was rough, and it was really, really hard. You know, I had one like true love in high school that I thought that's what it was. Like when we broke up, it was the end of the world. I was so depressed. Then I dated a bunch afterwards, and then I dated another girl, and I lived with her, and we were planning to get married. And then she just like broke it to me that she was cheating on me and fell in love with another guy and didn't want to be with me. And that really sucked. And I was really scarred for it. And I still have things that I got to address and deal with from that. But after her, I dated an insane amount. And every time they were supposed to be my crutch for that. And every time I hurt people or they completely abused me and took advantage of me. And the people that I hurt really didn't deserve it. There's one person in particular that I hate myself for having hurt them, because they were one of the most wonderful people that I ever had in my life, and I hurt them so bad. And thankfully, I didn't ruin their life. At the time, I probably did, but they married a wonderful man. They've got a great life. I don't know anything past that. I'm assuming they've got kids and everything, but she was so happy on her wedding day. So I'm glad. She deserves it. But I feel horrible because I hurt her for something she didn't deserve. But it was because I wasn't doing what I'm doing now, where I'm doing everything that I can to make myself happy with me, right? Like if I never date another woman again, that's okay. It's gonna suck for the loneliness part, you know? Sometimes it's just nice to have a partner to be able to like share jokes with and, you know, come home and complain to. But I'm still at the beginning. I still haven't really socialized, but I know that I can get back into socializing. I know I can have friends to hang out with, and I won't need somebody to make me feel better. So a mindset you need to kind of work with. But yeah, if you need medication to help you kind of put you in a better place, sometimes you'll temporarily need antidepressants and stuff when you're in a really dark place just to kind of curb it a little bit. That's okay too, right? Like I'm in a place where I unfortunately don't have access to like a therapist or anything because I can't afford it right now. But I'm doing everything else that I can to kind of carry that load a little bit better. Eventually, I'm hoping to be able to get some kind of counselor to be able to make it easier on myself. But right now, I'm doing everything that I can do, right? And the ADHD meds happen to help with the depression, so it helps, right? You need to be satisfied. Other people are previous relationship lasted for 5+ years. Building. Yeah, exactly, Turtsa. Exactly. When you rely too much on another person's need, your need is relying on another person. When they're gone, you're left with nothing. You have nothing that makes you happy. Whereas like where the path I'm taking, I'm making sure that I have all the happiness. So when somebody comes in, I'm already settled. So if they're not there one day, I've already got everything else behind me. And I already know I have other happy things in me, right? Or if they happen to be the love of my life and I end up spending the rest of my life with them, I'm already happy on my own, so I can have them there and they'll just add to the happiness rather than be my happiness. Do you know what I mean? Thanks, Preston. I tried to make it a bit more of like a wide angle. I'm not sure if I'm fully sold on it, only because it seems a little bit soft. Do you know what I mean? Like it's struggling with like the edges a little bit. So I'm not 100% sure. I might turn off NVIDIA broadcast and maybe swap the lens so I can have a bit more of a blurry background. I don't know yet. I haven't fully decided. But I like the really wide angle. I like that you can see the wall. I like you can see. That's my Resident Evil poster that I was talking about that I did myself. I want to do the other 2 games. 3 now because they have the 4th remake. But I want to do the Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, and 4 remake posters. I've done 2. I want to do 1, 3, and 4 remake posters so I can have them. They're almost like movie posters. So I can have all 4. But I like that I can show it now. I couldn't show it before. No problem, Wizard Gold. Sometimes it's hard. Sorry, Buckman, I wasn't watching the chat. I've been here. I just wanna... This page by accident. Damn, did you take it personally? Get shocked when he said it. Oh, about being called ugly way back. Sorry, I haven't looked for a minute. A few minutes back when I was called ugly. Yeah, it was a moment of shock. It's always hard to hear that you're ugly. It's kind of like, oh, okay, I don't know how to react to that. What? But then like he explained and I was like, no, I get it. It still kind of hurts your ego, right? You don't like to hear flaws. You don't like to hear bad things about yourself. But I also, I also know kind of where I sit looks wise. I don't fully know. I think I'm better looking than I actually am. But I know that I'm not like fantastic looking. Like there are guys that I look at, I'm like, man, like you're so much better looking than me, dude. No fair. No, I don't care, right? Like it's just a no fair like a kid. When the kid sees the other kid has a bicycle that's just a cooler color than his. But like, it's still kind of hard. But I know that I'm not like the best looking, right? I also know I'm not super ugly, right? Like the hair has helped. The hair's really helped. But it's still kind of a shocker, even if you do know it, right? Like if you know that it's kind of rough, it's still kind of hard sometimes to hear it, you know? But that's life, especially when you're in the arts or you're being exposed, you know, being a streamer, being a content creator, you're going to get people that criticize you. You're going to get people that argue with you. I had one, and it still sometimes wiggles in my ear a little bit, kind of annoys me. I had a friend. He was in chat. We were having one of these kind of conversations, but we were talking about content creation specifically. And he had said that he was at a podcast and the podcasters were bashing me. Like just completely bashing me. And I have no idea why. Because at that point, I wasn't really calling people out. I wasn't really like picking fights with anybody, but they were bashing the shit out of me on their podcast to their viewers. And I was like, what the hell? What did I do? Who was it? Like, who do I need to block? Who do I not want to deal with anymore? At the same time, there are going to be people that don't like me. Just like there are people I really don't like. I brought this up now. Here, okay. Loser, whatever your name was. Here's one that I will give anybody the complete like W on this one, that I still haven't let it go, because this one does bother me. This one really bothers me, and it's under my skin, and it's not even like I can come up with an excuse of like why I'm holding on to it, or this is an example. No, this one just bothers me. It like, even though I kind of got under his skin too, so I have a little bit of satisfaction with that one. a really big YouTuber, a really big stream/tech YouTuber, like really big. Him and I had it out on TikTok, and I called him out for it. I called him out in a comment, but it wasn't even like that harsh of a comment. It was like one of those like, dude, you're kind of being a jerk. Like, I don't think that that's what they meant. Like, I think you need to reread what she said. It's cool, man, but like, I think you just kind of took it the wrong way. And he lost his shit. He messaged like 15 times, basically telling me that I was a nobody and all this stuff, and like I didn't know what I was talking about, and like all this crap. And it was thanks to guys like me that people make comments like Rashim. I don't even remember what the comment was, but it was like he was giving a piece of advice that wasn't necessarily the most accurate advice, and somebody said something along the lines of like, I don't know if that always works because I think this works. And then he replied in a video basically like telling them that they're stupid, that that's not how it works, and like how dare they come in, do they not know who he is, and blah blah blah. And so I responded back, I'm like, dude, I don't think that you took it the right way. I think she was trying to say something different. You've kind of come off a little bit harsh, and like sometimes new people, it's hard for them to really comprehend what somebody what somebody knows when it's somebody with so much experience. Something along those lines. I don't remember the exact conversation. He, like I said, went off on me, replying like multiple times. It was more like 5 replies, but it was like 5 replies, and all of them basically telling me that I'm an idiot and I don't know anything and blah blah blah. Who am I? So I made a video and I responded to him, tagging his response, and basically said like, dude, many people have called you out on some takes that you have that aren't that great, and you just cannot accept that you don't know it all. And sometimes it's okay if you get things wrong, but like, dude, you're coming off so harsh, and like, I really respected you, and that's what you did. And it's not good. And so he made a response video and then blocked me so I wouldn't see it because he's a fucking coward. Sorry, I'm so heated about it still. And it's been a couple years now. He blocked me and then did a response video and like fixated on the fact that I brought up that I used to be a huge fan of his. And well, first he commented a whole bunch and replied to everybody within my comments and commented a whole bunch in my video. And one of the comments that he was making was like, I hope you got the attention you wanted from somebody like me, like flexing the follower thing on me, right? Like basically being like, I'm famous on YouTube and like, you got my attention. Are you happy now? And I was like, bro, you've got 20,000 followers on TikTok and I've got about 50,000. Like, I'm bigger than you on this platform. I'm not doing it for your attention. If I wanted your attention, I would have done it on YouTube where I have nobody. I'm calling you out because it's toxic what you did. And he's like, oh, whatever, man, you're trying to flex numbers. TikTok is nothing. TikTok viewers mean nothing. Like, just complete scumbag in his response. And then he blocked me and then did his response video to me. And in his response video, he fixated on me saying that I was a big fan of his and was basically like saying that I was clearly lying, that I was never a fan of his, because if I was a fan of his, I wouldn't have called him out and he'd never even noticed me before and blah, blah, blah. Dude, I've been watching you for years. When I started streaming, you were the one that I went to. It was him and Podcastage who did microphone reviews. I watched both of them like religiously to learn about like all the hardware that I wanted. I loved him. And then he blocked me. But then he had like 3 videos followed up where he kept going on and on about how I was a big fan and I called him out and I was being so negative towards him and blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, dude, I got so under your skin that you've had to make multiple videos about it and you had to block me because you couldn't handle that I was calling you out. And it was like, it was just so funny to see that drama. So yes, for people who were there when that happened, yeah, I'm still totally like seething about that because I was a huge fan of his and a lot of people still like him. But I called him out on it, right? And I've called people out because there are people that I don't like that guy. I don't like him. I really don't like him. And anytime I see, like, I'm trying to find reviews on cameras and stuff, if he pops up, I'll watch it sometimes if I really need to know something in specific and I know he's going to cover it. But I don't tell people to go watch him. I don't promote him because he's got such an arrogant outlook. He's very much the type of person who, like, I'll do a lot of videos when I was doing stream tips specifically. I'll do a lot of videos about like, if you buy this, it's super cheap and you can get pretty decent quality. He's very much of the, no, don't buy the pod mic. You need to buy the Shure SM7B because the quality is so much better. But when you're a live streamer, it really doesn't matter if you're going to spend $500 or $100. The audio is going to sound pretty similar if you get the right settings in. So he's very much that kind of elitist when it comes to hardware. So I don't point anybody to him because you're going to get the wrong idea that you need the best equipment possible. And it's just like, that's not necessarily the best outlook. Mind you, there is a need for elite level reviews because you do need to know what the best quality equipment is capable of. If you're going to be spending $1,000, You want to make sure you know exactly what those $1,000 are going to get you. But I don't point anyone to him because I don't like him. And I just bash the shit out of him right now. But him and I had a full argument. But there are other creators that I'm like, I'm not a fan of this guy, but I'm not going to sit there and bash him on stream just because I don't like him. But as a content creator, you know you're going to deal with it. You're going to have people that are going to bash you. You're going to have people that don't like you, people that call you out. And you just kind of got to accept it. It can sometimes hurt your feelings because sometimes you're like, why though? I didn't do anything. But a lot of the times you just got to be like, you know what, whatever. Sometimes you got to egg it on just to get more views because hate tends to feed more views. So sometimes I will call somebody out, and it's not necessarily because I'm actually offended or because I'm actually upset. But in me doing a clapback, I'm going to get a bunch of views and a bunch of comments because people are going to be, you know, rooting for me or, you know, arguing with that guy or arguing for that guy or girl. And they will give me the views. And sometimes I just have nothing to post and I'm like, I'll respond to this guy. So sometimes getting that fight out is manipulation and not necessarily because I'm actually mad. But then somebody within the response will actually comment something that does make me mad. And that's where it starts getting kind of, it spills over. But it's rough sometimes. It's sometimes rough being a content creator because you do have to accept that that's going to happen. Just like with the acting thing where you have to accept that sometimes you may wish that you were more talented than you are, or that you were better looking than you are, or that you had something that you probably don't. That can kind of suck. But you get used to it. You know, it doesn't feel like a slap in the face, but yeah. Yeah, Turtsa. Oh, man. All right. So now that I've kind of blabbed on for a really long time and we've had some conversations and you've seen me still holding on to that's something that I am still holding on to. Just because he's famous, it's the worst. Because I do see him all the time and I don't want to block him because there is stuff that I sometimes want to know and I know he's going to cover it. But I just, as soon as he talks, 100 bullet ants or 1 Kodiak bear. Oh, that's such a horrible scenario. I can't remember what the little rhyme is for bears. Like I know there's like, if it's a polar bear, you're dead. If it's like a black bear, you have to, is the black bear you play dead? It's something like the brown bear, pretend you're big, black bear, pretend you're dead, polar bear, you are dead, something like that, some poetry. I can't remember what it is. So I can't go with the bear because I don't remember what that bear would be like. If it gets scared off by me pretending to be big, then cool, I'll take the bear. But the bullet ants, that pain, man, that pain. I've been swarmed by red ants as a kid, like fire ants or whatever they're called as a kid in El Salvador. That was really bad. I ended up with welts all over my body. They had to like hose me down to get them off me. That was really bad. I remember that as a kid. So I don't know, man. That's the worst. I don't know. Turtsa, I'm not sure. I think tomorrow I'm either going to do Resident Evil or Minecraft. I might try to make the forest. I haven't decided what day would be the best for the forest. Because the thing is, Mondays are hard for me because I'm off on the weekend, and then Monday I'm actually in right at 5 a.m. So I'm up really early, and then I come home and try to sleep a bit, and then I stream, and then I have to go to work in the evening right into the morning. And so Mondays tend to be a really long day for me, so the stream tends to be kind of rough for me. So I'm still even debating if I want to do Monday streams. Maybe the forest will be the weekend. Maybe I'm going to try to do the forest on the weekend. I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm going to say it won't be tomorrow. It's either Minecraft or Resident Evil tomorrow. And then maybe Thursday I don't stream. Tomorrow's Tuesday. Wednesday, it'll probably be Minecraft or Resident Evil again. One of those two. If anything, maybe I'll do the forest Friday. So I would say keep an eye out for Friday. That's what I would say. But yeah, I still hold on to it because the first guy, just because like he's a big YouTuber, and it's I see him all the time. Whenever I look any tech up, his videos in the top 3, and I'm just like, oh man, every time, because it's not even like it's just me having a hissy fit. That's all it is. It's not even like seeing him makes me sad. It's me having a hissy fit. So screw that guy. Every time I see him, screw that guy. So it's like, it's totally immature. It's totally stupid, but I'm happy with it being stupid because it started because he was being stupid. And that's what I'm going with. Oh man. What's the stuff on the left-hand side of the screen? This, you mean? Like this wording? Yeah, it froze. I don't know why it froze. I didn't even notice it was frozen. Yeah, it's frozen. It's supposed to be TikTok chat. Because I can't see it, my screen is like really, really, really small. Because I can't see it, I didn't realize that it was just talking the same, hi, I'm subscriber. It was supposed to be all of TikTok's chat. Oh no, that's yours. Actually, let me see right now since I am live. Oh, we're almost done anyway. Let me see. Maybe it just glitched. Or maybe it's because I'm not connected to Tickfinity. That might be what it is. Sometimes Tickfinity doesn't actually see that I'm live and it just stays frozen. Yeah, it doesn't see that I'm live. That's why I'm so stupid. Okay, I know what happened. I can fix that. I won't fix it today because I'm done. But yeah, okay. For those who were seeing that stupid, hi, I'm a subscriber. Hi, I'm moderator. That stuff. So you can't get TikTok chat bubbles to show up on your screen on OBS. Unless you use something like Tickfinity, which is a website which connects to TikTok and sees your live and then forwards your messages. I opened Tickfinity, I took the link, I put it in my OBS, but I didn't sign in to Tickfinity. So it was just showing me the example. It wasn't actually my chat. So the whole stream, it's just been showing the chat example, not the actual chat. And I hadn't realized it, and I probably wouldn't have ever had Preston not pointed it out. I would have had no idea. I have no idea. Sure, Turtsa. Don't like tell me any key points. Just like, am I like halfway? Am I 3/4? It's only been on this scene. Okay, thank God. Thank God. But yeah, I do like this layout though. I like that you can see my mouse mat. I think the big thing that I'm struggling with is I don't like the look of the NVIDIA broadcast. But see, now we lose a lot of the blur in the background. Although the lighting is way more artistic this way, so it kind of works without the blur. Oh, I forgot to turn that on too. Okay, so I'm like right at the end. Oh man. Not oh man, you ruined it. Oh man, like I can't believe it's almost over. That's okay. We've been streaming it for a while. That's okay. I'll see if I can get a copy of Sons of the Forest so I can start playing that. But yeah, I kind of like this whole idea. You can see my PS5, you can see my PC. You can see my little cheap desk fan that I use to try to keep me cool. Ah, it's pretty good. You can see everything that I really wanted you all to see. Because like the RFTFT logo, I loved having that in the background while I was streaming, but it was always cut off, so it didn't really matter. But on chatting, it's nice you can see it. I'm so happy you can see that. That's like my favorite thing I've ever done. You can see the Dragon Ball curtain thing that I have. You can see my little dragon. I do need to get a better lens if I wanna use this really wide angle. I think I might want to get a better lens to have more blur. We might have to do that. I don't know. I'm still kind of not sold on this angle completely, but I do kind of like it. I just don't like how I look on profile. You know, but we'll see. We'll see what I decide. Anyways, I will be back tomorrow. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. It's already 9 o'clock. Damn. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. And I'm just gonna like chill out and relax for a bit, maybe play some Red Dead on my own. And then I gotta go to bed because I gotta be up at 5 for work. And then I'll be back on live stream tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be live tomorrow and we will Resident Evil or Minecraft. I'm not 100% sure. We'll see what I feel like. We'll see what kind of mood I'm in when I get up. Because it all kind of depends on that. If I'm energetic enough, I'll do Resident Evil. I want to do it standing because it's more fun when I'm standing up versus sitting on the chair. Just because like I can reach my holsters a lot easier and stuff, and it doesn't hurt my butt so much. And and the weird thing, if you don't play VR, you won't know this, but if it's really weird when you're sitting and you're playing, because the VR tries to scale things so everything feels like it's the right size. So like when somebody's supposed to be big, they feel really big when you're in VR. But when you're sitting, your body knows you're sitting. And so instantly, when somebody's standing next to you, your body is taking it as if you are sitting down and they're standing next to you. So they automatically feel a lot smaller. So everything just in scale feels a lot smaller. Whereas when you're standing and they're standing next to you, they feel like they're the same height as you. So I like playing standing, but I wake up so tired. I don't want to stand. That's all it is. I don't want to stand. That's the biggest like struggle I have with the VR thing. So we'll see what I feel tomorrow. Maybe I'll do Resident Evil, but maybe I'll do Minecraft. I don't know. We'll see. Yes, have a good night, Wizard. I hope you feel better. I really hope that you're able to get some help. You know, I don't want to fixate on it anymore. I'm gonna not really talk about it anymore. Like I said, I'm in the same position as you, so I do bring up my thing too, but I really try not to talk about it. I'm not doing great at it, but I'm trying my best not to bring it up all the time. But with you, I think I'm just not going to address it anymore because one, I don't want to like pile on and make you feel bad. And two, I don't really have anything else to say that's going to be helpful in any way. So I want you to treat the channel like it is a place to kind of ignore everything that's happening there and just come here and shut your brain off, laugh at me screaming because I'm scared or dying because I got chased by a zombie or something. Use this stream as a place to kind of hang out and just like that doesn't exist. I know it's hard, but try that. It's only for a few hours, you know? You get nauseous if you sit and play. I don't. I'm okay with sitting and playing. I get more nauseous. I don't even know what makes me nauseous, really. There's nothing in particular that makes me nauseous. The hard part I have with standing is, especially for streams, I'm trying to look at the camera all the time, like face the camera all the time, so I don't move my legs. So with my knees locked in the same position for hours, my knees start to hurt just from being in the same spot. Whereas when I play VR privately, I have the lines set up to the ceiling, so I can turn my whole body, but in stream, I'll turn away from the microphone and you won't hear me. Or I will be, you know, facing the camera, but sometimes I'll turn around and you'll just be staring at my butt the whole time. And I don't know I'm looking the wrong way. So it's like, I try to always face forward. But yeah, no, I don't have a problem sitting. Mind you, I played Subnautica, and Subnautica is a controller, like a regular controller, so you're sitting the whole time. And that is like a nausea fest because you're upside down and like you're really feeling all woozy and weird. And I totally got used to that. So it doesn't really bother me. But yeah, anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all so much for being here. I really appreciate everybody hanging out. Again, I'm going to go into the starting soon screen. I'm going to go do that. That's what I'm going to do right away. I'm going to have dinner and I'm going to make my new goodbye screen. So that way I have a way to end the stream instead of this right now. Honestly, Wizard, I'm not saying this because I don't feel bad. I'm not comfortable with that because I know that mental health is really a very delicate thing. It's very easy for somebody to say something that can push you into a spiral. It's also very easy for somebody to say something that will make you feel like your feelings don't matter or like your feelings are way more valuable than they should be. Not like that your feelings aren't worth anything, but like if you're feeling a certain way and I say the wrong thing, I can make you believe that you're going on the right path. And then all of a sudden you just make things a lot worse for yourself because I've said the wrong thing. Or I can say something that makes you feel like you're dismissed. And then now all of a sudden you're feeling like you're worthless and you go the wrong way. Like it's so delicate. And the reason I did it this way is because it was open enough and it was so generic enough that what I was saying was very, very as safe as it possibly could be. But I try really hard not to give advice to people ever that aren't somebody that I know in real life because it's just so easy to go down the wrong path. And to be a little bit more selfish in this aspect, because that's more about you. That I don't want to send you down the wrong path and give you the wrong advice because I don't know you. I'm not an expert, right? So I don't have all the best answers. But a more selfish reason, I don't want my stream to turn that way and see other people realize that I'm helping you. And then more people are going to come and info dump and trauma dump and then completely destroy the stream. Right now, I'm slightly more open to it because I'm in that position, right? But I try really hard not to go down that path. And if I'm completely honest with you, as soon as somebody starts the path you were going down, when I called you out for being very negative in your responses, normally I would have given you that speech and then I would have blocked you because I don't like going down that path. And so don't take it as like, I don't want to help you. I really wish the best for you. I'm just not the person for that. I'm not willing to make myself responsible for that, even if it's not like you're making me responsible. It's just, I don't want to take the responsibility and take it the wrong way and then end up making more trouble for you. And I'm not in a good place to give other people advice, so I can't. Even if I was willing to, I don't have it figured out. I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm fighting to keep myself okay. I don't have the emotional capacity to help somebody else feel okay. You know what I mean? Like, it's different, like with somebody like, let's say Preston. I know him in real life. Him and I have been buddies for years. So like, I have space for him because we're friends and I know him. I don't have space for other people. You know what I mean? You know, I hope you understand where I'm going with it. I'm not saying that you're doing anything wrong by asking. You asked. I appreciate you asking. But I really am not professional. I don't want to have that kind of responsibility. And one last piece of advice, I would probably say reach out to a professional for the help and not a friend for the help, because they will give you advice that could be good, but they will also give you advice that's not going to be good. And it's dangerous for you, because they could give you a piece of advice that could really lead you down the wrong path. And you need the best help you can get. And a professional is going to know a better path to take that'll be more conducive to better health in the end. You know what I mean? So honestly, like I said, I want you to be here. I want you to hang out. I'm not going to hold this over your head. I'm not going to, like, every time you come in and be like, oh God, here he is. Not like that at all. Today is done. Water under the bridge. We've moved on. But I do want to set kind of that boundary of like, I don't want to do that, because I've had people that come in and they do the occasional trauma dump, and eventually I just end up resenting them at the channel, and eventually they get blocked, because I do this for my own peace of mind and my own unwind. I've got enough stress just from the stream, not even my personal, just from the stream. I don't want to deal with somebody else's stress too, you know? So it's not about you at all, like I said. But yeah, just use our stream to have a place, like when you watch your favorite TV show or you play a video game, you kind of just like zone into it. Use us for that, you know? Put me on and go do a bunch of other stuff and just have like that background blur. Maybe I'll say something that gets you really intrigued and you want to come and listen, or you want to participate in the chat because I'm talking about like photography or something. I don't know. Totally with it, you know? So don't, I know guys have a really hard time with not feeling like once you've kind of crossed the line or you've done something that you feel embarrassed about, that it's hard not to feel that embarrassment the next time around. It's all good. All right. And I'm not just saying it. Honestly, all good. We're good. We had a good conversation. It was a little bit tough on you. And if it was a little bit too tough, I apologize. Like I said, I'm not professional. This is just my approach to it. But we're all good. All right. Okay, everybody. I'm going to head out. I'm going to hit the starting soon screen because I'm so professional and I don't have a goodbye screen yet, but I'm doing that tonight. And I will be back tomorrow, and we will, like I said, Minecraft or Resident Evil, not 100% sure. Thank you everybody for being here and spending some time with me and, you know, watching me eat. I'm sure that was super attractive to everybody. And then watching me get close to the end of the forest. Thanks to the THURS. All right, everybody. See you later. Take care. Bye-bye.